One, two, one, two. This is a test of the English channel. Testing, testing, testing English channel. Is it coming out okay? One, two, one, two.
Mansur Öner.
There ain't no secrets anymore. My name's been hanging on the hook outside your door, just to know I said, I got this feeling I can't keep it down anymore. Bring me some healing states, let's feel it, carry me home to your house. Oh, yeah, long.
Uno,
¿Me
dos, tres.
escuchas? Ahora recién, ¿viste?
Sí,
Ok.
te escucho.
Ahora el tema es si yo lo quiero
Se supone que está abierto, ¿eh?
Sí, ahora lo cerré.
Canal de inglés recibe correctamente el audio de Zoom. One, two, one, two. This is a test. We are indeed receiving the audio from the room.
Good morning, good afternoon. As we wait
Buenos
for
días,
2 or 3
buenas
minutes, I'd just
tardes.
like to
Mientras
announce those of you who need
esperamos,
Wi-Fi,
quisiera
please go to on your Wi-Fi it says Cumbre FAO, which means Summit FAO, so Cumbre FAO without a password. Quienes necesiten conectarse con Wi-Fi pueden ir a la red Cumbre FAO.
those who need Wi-Fi can go to the network Cumbre FAO without password. I would also like to announce that we have copies of the pact that we will adopt tomorrow. There are copies available out here for
and hopefully adopt tomorrow afternoon. We do have copies in all of our 6 languages just out there. On a des copies du pacte ici dehors, si vous voulez aller prendre une copie. On va la discuter et adopter demain.
Perfecto. Queridos parlamentarios, queridas parlamentarias que nos visitan de todo el mundo, y quiero aprovechar también de saludar a quienes nos están mirando a través de las plataformas virtuales hace más de 2 horas.
through the virtual platforms for over 2 hours, I understand. Thank you so much for your patience and motivation. Also, I would like to greet the ministers, the parliament members, foreign delegates, and also the authorities that are here with us today. I would like to welcome you all. Again, the first technical session that we will have in this relevant event, which is the second summit against to prevent hunger and malnourishment and the right to food, sustainable, and all those matters that are so relevant that inspired the celebration of the summit. We are united here because we understand that it's important to discuss all the problems regarding hunger around the world. We know there is obesity, overweight, and malnourishment, and there are challenges that we face daily. And from our position, we have to take action in order to overcome this and move on forward to agro-food systems that are more sustainable, resilient, without and not leave everyone behind, because the legislation action can contribute to created frameworks and allow us to have an essential role when auditing the implementation of legislation and the need of improvement in order to reach the sustainable development and all the objectives. This is what motivates us to be here, united, gathered here today, and we understand the relevance of not doing this alone, to gather evidence, real information, and evidence. It's the only way to create and implement legislation that contribute to achieve the goal aforementioned, and it is something that we expect to achieve in the pact that you have already received. By the end of this event, I invite you all, in case you have comments to the pact, to send an email to Manuela from FAO. You can see the email on the screens. In any case, I will mention it here. The email is manuela.cubi@fao.org, and the idea is for you to send these emails until tomorrow 9 a.m. You can also come to me or Francois Umokis, is that correct? So you can give us feedback and your impressions. This is the line to sign up to get the floor in the reserved spaces during the discussion of the pact at 12 hours. Every congressperson will have just 1 minute, so prepare your interventions. It might sound very brief, but we know as Congress people that we do not have that much time. Sometimes we only get 15 seconds, and during that time frame, we have to say everything we need to say. So 1 minute is enough, so please prepare it. Align with the acknowledgement of the alliances, we have experts from different areas who will provide their perspectives regarding food safety in order to move to food systems that are sustainable, resilient, and inclusive. Their opinions will be very valuable input for these 2 summit days. This way, I would like to give you our first speaker, Marcela Villarreal, Director of the Associations of FAO.
Thanks to all of you for being here. It's a real honor
Gracias.
on the day of today. If I can have the presentation. I'd like for all of us to reflect just for 1 moment on the world food system. And of course, to reflect on the world food system, we need to have a systems approach. Food system, from the world view, is intrinsically flawed, because it is a system that at the same time is producing hunger and is producing massive, massive hunger, and we heard about that this morning. More than 800 million people go to bed hungry every night. Next one, please. And at the same time that this world food system produces chronically hungry people, it produces acute food insecurity. That's another form, and not to be misled into different definitions. These are people who need urgent help. So 258 million people need urgent help, and if they don't get it, they could even die. So that's acute food insecurity, and that food insecurity is also growing very fast, and we will go into that later. So world food system, it has intrinsic flaws. At the same time that it produces enough food for every single human being in the world, we have millions of people who suffer from hunger. But at the same time that people are suffering from hunger, at the same time we have people who are overweight and who are obese. And people who are obese at this time, we have more than 670 million people around the world obese. And if you think about 670 million people obese, that's more than the whole population of all the countries of Europe together. That's a massive, massive amount. So at the same time that people are going hungry, and this number is increasing, as we know, we are literally throwing out into the garbage around a third of all food produced. So the world food system is intrinsically flawed. Can I have the next slide, please? Next slide, thank you. So we're all here to discuss, of course, SDG 2. SDG 2 is about eradicating hunger and more. But we know that SDG 2 cannot be achieved if we don't look at how it is completely intrinsically linked to all the other SDGs. Of course, SDG 5 in gender inequality, of course, SDG 1 poverty, but all the other SDG agenda. So SDG 2, eradicating hunger, but it's not only about eradicating hunger, it's about all forms of malnutrition. So obesity and other forms of malnutrition are there too. But in order to do that, we have to pay attention to the smallholders, increase their productivity, and that is in there. But we also have to pay attention to biodiversity and to genetic resources. So that's also embedded in SDG 2. Next one, please. So as we have been hearing yesterday and today, world food hunger is increasing. But this has not always been like this. And it's interesting to see that from the beginning of the years 2000, we have had important reductions in hunger around the world, and that you see that in the graph at the beginning of the graph. But then you see that there's a huge jump in numbers of hungry people that occurred in the last 2 years. And yes, of course, that is COVID, but not only, and we will see the other factors too. Next slide, please. As I said, at the same time that hunger is increasing, and increasing quite importantly, massively increasing, we have obesity that's also increasing, and we have a dire projection of obese people who are going to be up to more than 20% of people, of adults, being obese by year 2035, and that is massive. Next slide, please. And this is not only in the richer countries of the world, it is also in every single region. So obesity, that other side of malnutrition, is increasing and very fast, and it's not only a problem of richer countries, it's every single country and region in the world. Next slide, please. One of the reasons of why we see these hugely increasing obesity around the world is because of lack of access to healthy diets. And healthy diets, unfortunately, are expensive. And what is scandalous in our point of view in FAO is that healthy diets are much more expensive than unhealthy diets. So we know that the number of people who cannot have access to a healthy diet, just simply because they cannot afford it, because it's too expensive, has been increasing. And today, around 3.1 billion people around the world cannot afford a healthy diet. Next, please. So, why is hunger increasing? Well, this morning you've heard an analysis of the different reasons of why hunger is increasing. And so there are three main factors. And this is something we should always be keeping in mind. And you as parliamentarians, as you're doing your work, creating the enabling environment through laws, keep these reasons in mind. Well, one very big one is economic downturn. Economic downturn, which was hugely increased with the COVID pandemic, but not only, of course. And then we have increasing inequality, which is at the same time an issue of economic downturn, but also a problem in and of itself. So main reason, big reason is economic downturn. But we also have another really fundamental issue, which is climate change. That's behind a lot of the hunger in the world today. And a third main reason is conflict. Also, gender inequalities, and gender inequalities is an underlying factor among all of those three reasons. And let me go into each one of these in a little bit more detail. Next slide, please. So let us start with economic downturn. What we see in the world is that although extreme poverty, and this is data from the World Bank, so extreme poverty was going down significantly, and the world had made really important achievements in terms of bringing down the numbers of extremely poor people. But that, in the year 2019, 2020, was reversed. And here you see a massive jump in terms of the number of people who are extremely poor after years of advances. Next one, please. After COVID, and hopefully we are already in the after COVID, countries were recovering in different ways. Different regions recovered with different forms in different rapidly or less rapidly, but what we see is that there's a massive impact that's still there. And this region in particular, Latin American region, was really very badly hit and has a very slow recovery. Next one, please. So COVID was increasing poverty, but also increasing inequality. Next slide, please. So let's go quickly into the other reasons, the main drivers of food insecurity and the increase of food insecurity, climate change. Next one, please. So climate change has an SDG in and of itself, number 13. But when we talk about climate change, we should keep our minds on agriculture, because agriculture is at the same time one of the sectors that suffers most the impact of climate change, but at the same time is one of the sectors that contributes in a very important way to climate change in and of itself. So this is a paradox we have in the world food system, but a very important one. So when we think about the impact of climate change on agriculture, we can think about water. The biggest impact of climate change on agriculture is through water. And put in a very simple way, it's either too much water by the floods or too little water, droughts. And what we're seeing in most part of the world is precisely drought, including in this region. We have the Corredor Seco, but mostly in Africa, what do we see in terms of impact of climate change in agriculture is through drought itself. Droughts have affected more people than any other natural hazard. And we see year by year, more than 12 million hectares of land are lost to drought and desertification. This is every single year. Now, the other side of this paradox is that also agriculture is a major, and let us say major, contributor to climate change in and of itself. The IPCC has calculated that around 30% of emissions come from the global food system. And these emissions are through deforestation, livestock production, soil and nutrient management, and importantly, that was mentioned this morning by the President of the Chamber of Deputies, that food loss and waste is a major producer of emissions too. Next slide, please. And when we talk about impact of climate change and agriculture, I said water. Well, water, agriculture is the sector that most uses fresh water. So as an overall average in the world, agriculture consumes 70% of all fresh water. As you see in the graph, the first one to your left is the world, but if you go to the last bar on your right, you see the least developed countries, and those countries consume more than 90%, 96% of all fresh water in the least developed countries goes to agriculture. So within the equation of climate change and agriculture, water is a main factor. Next slide, please. Now, let us go into another main issue that we are seeing because of climate change, but because of many other factors too. When we have a world food system that is intrinsically flawed, we also have a world food system that has many, many threats. Next slide, please. So one of the threats that many of you from the different regions in the world saw already in the last couple of years is, for example, the desert locusts. Desert locusts are ravaging agricultural production and food security, and we know, can I have the next slide, please? And we know that just one square kilometer, desert locusts can cover many millions of square kilometers, but just one square kilometer of locusts can eat as much as 35,000 people, and that is in only one day. Imagine the impact on food security. We have many others, like, for example, African swine fever. It's endemic to Africa. But when it got and arrived in Europe, of course, but also in China, as soon as it arrived in China, within very, very little time, 200 million pigs had to be culled. And we're still counting millions of impact and, of course, increase in the world food price of pork meat. We have many other threats, like the fall armyworm, antimicrobial resistance that we expect could kill up to 10 million people per year by 2050 if it's not addressed. Next slide, please. So we need to get together and we need to develop a systemic way to approach the issues that are around the epidemics. We have to, in order to prevent the next pandemic, we have to get together, we have to develop interdisciplinary ways of addressing. We have to address it through a systemic approach, and we have to take into account all these different factors that are behind creating pandemics. Next one, please. So let me go into another main factor, main driver of food insecurity in the world, and that is conflict. Because there's a very close relationship, next slide please, there's a very close relationship between peace and food security. They are intimately linked. Whenever there's conflict, there will be hunger. That is yes or yes. When there's hunger, there may be conflict, not always thankfully, but it could be. But whenever there's conflict, there is hunger. So there is no sustainable development without peace, that is in the SDG agenda, and no peace without sustainable development, but in food security it's even more. So there is no peace without food security, and no food security, next slide please, no food security without peace. This is not a new, next slide please, this is not new. We've been hearing a lot about it in the last year, but this is not new at all. And so I'd just like to look into the countries, the 10 countries in the world that are most suffering now from acute food insecurity. This is not chronic food insecurity where we have more than 800 million people in the world. This is acute food insecurity where people could even die of hunger. So if you look at those 10 countries that are most affected by acute food insecurity, you will see that 9 out of 10 of them are in a situation of acute food insecurity because of conflict. And of course, the big ones are the Democratic Republic of Congo, Ethiopia, Afghanistan. In Afghanistan, for example, 46% of the population is affected by acute food insecurity. Reasons? Conflict. Of course, always you will have other reasons there too, but the main reason here is conflict. Next slide, please. Whenever there's conflict, there is hunger, and this is not new from the last year. So the number of people in acute food insecurity has more than doubled since 2016. And this is very, very concerning to us. Today, unfortunately, we have 258 million of people in this situation, where if you go back to 2016, the numbers were around 100 million. This is growing very, very fast. Next slide, please. So this table shows us by reason, by main driver of food insecurity, how are the numbers and how they have evolved when we're talking, and again I underline, about acute food insecurity. So conflict is of course the biggest driver of, and the biggest numbers that you see there, hugely growing throughout the years, 2018, 19 to 22, huge increase. Economic shocks, and weather extremes. And you see the numbers there. But of course, these drivers vary by region. In Latin America, the main driver is economic downturn, whereas in Asia and Africa, the main drivers are going to be conflict. Next slide, please. This, dear parliamentarians, unfortunately, this is the face of the relationship between conflict and food insecurity. Who suffers most is women and children. Children are the first to die, and many of them die because of conflicts. And conflicts, think about how these conflicts are produced. Many times, conflicts are produced by decisions that are made by others in far away countries. This is a picture from Yemen, and that shows the extreme vulnerability caused by conflict and who suffers it most. Next slide, please. So, another additional factor is that we are in an interdependent world. Next one, please. So we all know it, we've seen it on our screens, our TV screens already for the last year, more than a year. And we know that some countries are very heavily reliant, for example here, on wheat imports from the combination of Ukraine and the Russian Federation. And we have countries like, for example, Eritrea, that is 100% dependent on its wheat from the combination of these two countries. Next slide, please. So huge dependence on the production from these two countries. Whereas these two countries, taken together, produce a very important proportion of some of the foods in the world. So, for example, sunflower seed, the first one that you see there in the graph, more than 50% of all the sunflower seed in the world is produced by the combination of the Russian Federation and Ukraine. Next slide, please. We all know, of course, but because we've been following it, we've been reading it, we see that there's a huge dependence also, next slide please, on dependence on fertilizers that are produced in the Russian Federation. And some countries are very heavily dependent on, next slide please, very heavily dependent on that fertilizer that is produced in the Russian Federation. You will see there, like for example, Mongolia, China, the Republic of Moldova, Serbia. There's a huge dependence on fertilizers that come, next slide please, that come from the Russian Federation. And this is because a very high proportion of the fertilizers in the world come from the Russian Federation, and the Russian Federation is among the 10 most important producers of the 3 most important chemical fertilizers as shown there. Next slide, please. And at the same time that there's such a huge dependency on the world, on the fertilizers that are produced in the Russian Federation itself is very heavily dependent on pesticides and on seeds that are produced in the European Union. Next slide, please. So this is an additional element of complexity in the world food system. We saw that it is mainly flawed, that it has huge flaws, and we have to understand it from a systemic perspective in an interconnected world. Last point I'd like to make is about gender inequalities. Next slide, please. This is, of course, SDG 5. There's a full SDG dedicated to gender inequalities. But what we know from the food security perspective is that globally and in every single region, women suffer more hunger than men. And this is data that has shown us from inside the households what is the hunger situation. Next slide, please. Every single region, women suffer more food insecurity than men. Now, this is from the latest FAO report that shows us how employment, both women and men, is dependent on agri-food systems. So agri-food systems are a main employer of women, but also of men. But if you go to the poorer countries, you will see that agri-food systems are the main employer of women, much more than men. And in spite of this very important fact, women systematically do not have the access to the resources, productive resources in agriculture that would allow them to be as productive as they can be. And we're talking about land, we're talking about credit, we're talking about technical assistance and all the resources that women need to be as productive as men in agriculture. Next slide, please. So this is, again, a major flaw. If we don't address issues of gender inequality, we will never arrive at our goal of eliminating hunger in the world. So finally, world food system produces at the same time enough food for everybody, at the same time hunger, growing hunger of different types, and at the same time obesity, other forms of malnutrition, and throws away about a third of the food that it produces. It also, and this is very important for our discussion, produces market concentration and increases inequalities. And this is fundamental for you parliamentarians to address in your deliberations. So hunger is on the increase after years of decrease, but there was an important decrease in the numbers of hunger since the year 2000 to year 2014. And why was this possible? One of the main issues why it was possible, our FAO analysis shows, is because of political will. Those countries that had strong political will were able to bring the numbers of food insecure down in an important way. So we need urgent action from all of you, urgent action from parliamentarians who will be able to address these issues, who will be able to understand and produce an enabling environment, the necessary legislation to address all these major flaws within the food system, and who will be able to make your governments accountable, and who will be able to ensure that the governments would allocate enough budgets to make this a reality. So thank you very much for your attention.
Quisiera agradecer a Marcela Villarreal por sus palabras.
I would like to thank Marcela Villarreal for her words. And before we continue with our agenda, I would like to give a practical announcement to all parliamentarians here. You will all receive a sticker on your badge to open the... You will receive a chip on your badge that will allow you to enter the restricted areas or the areas that were restricted before. So There you have it. The alliances that we can create among parliamentarians and with other sectors as relevant as governments, academia, the rural communities, and so many others are essential so that as parliament members we can accomplish our goal against hunger and malnutrition. And the role of the FAO was and will continue to be essential to promote the coordinate work of all decision makers. And in that line, I would like again to reinforce the importance of parliaments working closely with experts to create a more robust legislation. I would like to introduce Camila Corvalán. She is the director of the Research Center on Food Environments and Chronic Disease Prevention, CIAPEC, at the Public Health Care Unit of IMTA of University of Chile, who received the award of the International Society of Nutrition to researchers having participated in the design of several public policies in our country. Welcome. The floor is all yours, Dr. Corvalán.
Muy buenas tardes. Es un honor para mí estar aquí con todos
Good afternoon.
ustedes.
It is an honor to
Representación de la
be
Academia
here before
de la
you.
Universidad de Chile.
On behalf of the academia and the University of Chile, greetings to all. We are committed to support each and every one of the actions in favor of creating a food system that is more sustainable and healthier for everyone.
Esta cumbre ocurre en un contexto
This summit is being held within a very particular context. As it has been said by every speaker this morning, and as we just heard, the crisis that we are facing in relation to nutritional problems has reached unique proportions. Unprecedented numbers. We know that nearly 10% of the population today is showing some kind of hunger, suffering from hunger. And we are aware that that condition is related to nutritional problems. Today, 1 out of 5 children are stunted, cannot reach their full development potential. We know that around 15% of newborns is born with a weight under 2.5 kilograms. And we know that around a third of women in fertile age has anemia. But we have also heard that the problem is not only hunger or the lack of food, but also the fact that today those who have access to food have progressively in recent decades been replacing the consumption of natural and healthy foods by ultra-processed foods with a large content of sodium, sugars, saturated fats associated with the onset of chronic disease related to nutrition. As we observed, what has happened is that in parallel with the hunger crisis and malnutrition crisis, the obesity numbers and overweight numbers have been increasing also, and now 40% of adults is showing a problem of overweight. Next one, please. And the diseases associated to malnutrition have been increasing as well. High blood pressure is one of them.
la diabetes, que afecta
Diabetes
a un
is another
porcentaje
one,
también importante
affecting
hoy, de la
an
población.
important percentage
Siguiente.
of the population.
Entonces,
Next one,
el
please.
problema en el que nos enfrentamos o en el que ocurre esta cumbre es un
So the
problema
problem
sumamente
that we
complejo.
are facing and the
Esta es la
context for this
distribución
summit is
de
extremely
países que
complex.
presentan
This
simultáneamente
is the
problemas
distribution of countries
asociados
that
a desnutrición
simultaneously
y problemas
show issues
asociados a
related to
obesidad o exceso de
malnutrition
peso.
and
Lo que
associated
nuestras
diseases
estadísticas muestran es que 1 de cada 3 países
or
se
problems
encuentra en esa
associated to
condición.
overweight or
Siguiente.
obesity, and this is the
Y
number,
esta
1 out of 3
condición es
countries.
derivada del hecho de que
And this
básicamente a
condition
nivel de los
stems from the
países,
fact
pero
that
también de los
basically
hogares y a veces en forma individual,
country-wide,
estamos
but
consumiendo
in
muy
households
pocos
also,
alimentos
and individually, we
saludables,
are consuming
frutas, verduras,
few healthy
mariscos,
foods,
pescados, pero estamos también simultáneamente
fish,
consumiendo demasiados
whole grain
alimentos que
foods,
no son
and at the
saludables
same time,
y que
we are
también
consuming
entonces nos
unhealthy
están
foods,
enfermando. Siguiente.
like red and processed meats that are also making us ill. Next one, please.
Y uno se podría preguntar si esto es genuinamente
One could
importante,
wonder if this
relevante,
is
si lo debemos
genuinely
priorizar. Probablemente
important
si esta
or
cumbre fuera de
relevant,
tabaco y
even
alcohol,
if it should be a
también veríamos
priority. If
cifras
this
que
were
nos llamarían mucho la
a
atención.
tobacco
Este
summit,
es el
this would
Global
be
Burden of Disease
interesting
Report,
numbers. This is the
mostrando que
Global
las
Burden
causas
of Disease
nutricionales
Report,
son la principal
showing us
razón
that the
por
nutritional
la cual
causes
las
are
personas hoy
the
día
main
alrededor del
reason
mundo
by
enferman
which
y mueren.
people around the
Una de
world
cada
are
4 muertes es hoy día
getting
derivada de la
diseases
desnutrición.
and passing
Lo que nos
away.
dice el Global Burden
These
of
are the
Disease
deaths
Report
attributable to risk
básicamente es
factors
que
worldwide.
claramente
This
desde una
report is
perspectiva de
telling
salud
us is
humana,
basically
esta
that
sí debiera
from
ser
a
una
human health
prioridad de
perspective,
nuestras acciones.
this should
Siguiente.
be a priority in our action plans.
Nos han contado también muy claramente cómo se
We
interrelaciona
have been
la
told
crisis
clearly
ambiental que vivimos
how
planetariamente
the
y
environmental
nuestra forma de
crisis that we are
alimentarse. Este
experiencing
es el Global
is
Nutrition
related
Report de hace
to the
2
way we
años,
are
mostrando
feeding
que
ourselves. This is
esto
a
es
global
genuinamente
report from 2
así.
years ago
Nuestras
showing
dietas
how
son
this is actually the case. Our diets are
a los efectos
an
invernaderos,
important
los gases
contribution
invernaderos,
to the
pero también al uso de
greenhouse
tierra, al
effect
uso
and
de
greenhouse
agua,
gases,
al
and
uso
also the
de
usage of
pesticidas,
land,
como
water,
veíamos. Y la verdad es que
pesticides, as we
el
could see,
cumplimiento de nuestras metas
and
excede
actually
cada una
the
de las
accomplishment of
propuestas
our
que se han
goals
hecho basado en la
exceeds
mejor
any
evidencia para
single one of
mantener
these
nuestro
proposals
planeta de
made
forma
through the
saludable.
better
Siguiente.
evidence to keep our country in a healthy way.
¿Cuál es el problema? El problema es que esta evidencia
What is the
ya
problem?
existe
The problem is
hace ya
that this
bastante tiempo.
evidence has existed
Y
for
lo que
a
hemos
long
visto en
time.
la última década es lo que muestra
And what we have
lamentablemente esta
seen
diapositiva.
is,
Ningún
unfortunately, what this
Ningún
slide
cambio
shows,
en
no
relación
change
a
at
la
all.
forma en que las personas se están
No change
alimentando.
related to
Siguiente.
the way people are feeding
Cuando lo
themselves.
evaluamos en relación a
And when we evaluate it related to the progress we have made to protect our planet, the situation we see is even worse. What we can see is there has been a change, but related to the worsening of the way we're producing food, and we are currently consuming foods that have a bigger effect on our planet.
Esto se refleja en que si
You can see that reflected in the fact that if we evaluate the nutritional goals for 2030, this information for 2022, no region is on the way to compliance with those goals. They have made scarce progress, and in several areas there's been a setback that is considerable and evident. We have just heard about this. Unfortunately, progress has also been unequal. The gaps when it comes to nutritional problems have increased instead of decreased. We can see that the concentration of the hunger problems occur in countries with lower income. And if we look at statistics as growth stunting, this concentrates on the rural areas and regions, groups with less education, less income, and we just heard it also among women. And what is happening in relation to the exposure of these ultra-processed foods also suggests that these gaps will continue to increase. We know that from monitoring of marketing information that the marketing strategies of not healthy foods is disproportionately directed to the most vulnerable groups. Here, for example, Afro-American population, Hispanic population in the United States. The challenge then is for people to be able to move on to healthier patterns, which means higher and better access to good quality foods. But we cannot abandon people. We have seen that we have over 3 billion people around the world who cannot afford a diet that we would consider healthy, that would promote a better health, better nutrition. And we also know that we have as stakeholders that have emerged great food corporations of not healthy foods that also require an intervention in relation to how they distribute, promote, and deliver their food among the population. From academy, many groups are committed to creating solutions that are sustainable, culturally adequate, and that allow us to move on this task and to look at the areas and spaces where we can make changes. First of all, the production of foods that are nutritionally rich, using ways of production that are more sustainable, and the second is investing in the value chains, putting to their service new technologies, innovation, so we can take the foods to the people who need it the most and lower the costs, reduce the waste. And also, the third is related to being able to work with the access in terms of money to the incorporation of taxes and to subsidies that can be sustained in time and can generate transformation when it comes to food. And finally, to work with the consumers so they become the ones demanding these healthier food and sustainable food. These are many challenges. We have many challenges ahead. But there are several things that are happening right now that are pushing the transformation, they're driving it. Chile is an example when it comes to what they have done implementing the labeling law. pushed by Guido Girardi, a representative, and it reached the academia and the civil organisms that it moved to the enactment of a law that informs the consumers regarding of what they are consuming, what they are intaking, that restricts advertisement of unhealthy food for children. It protects and allows the right of children not to receive misleading information, and is aware of what's happening at school and kindergartens. We have conducted several evaluations, and we have proved that these policies that face and promote food environments that are healthier has created a response from the consumers that is very positive. Today, less not healthy foods are being purchased. It has had an impact on the food intake of children, particularly in relation to schools, where it has been proven that they are eating healthier food in schools, in school grounds. But also, we have proved that companies have been able to respond positively, decreasing the content of ingredients that promote disease, improving the quality of the offer of foods that are being offered in the country. And additionally, we have showed that this has not had an impact in relation to salaries in the sector and employment in the sector of food in the country. As an example, that we do have the opportunity to move forward with regulatory measures that transform our food system with the collaboration of the evidence, the monitoring, and the right evaluation and assessment of what is being implemented. I think several congresspeople of the region have proved to be open to collaborative work, because there is a transversal support, horizontal support, when sharing information about this kind of policies. In a crisis context, food crisis, economic crisis, there are several priorities in all countries. To invest in nutrition, of course, has a cost, but not doing it also does have one. Every day that goes by, every day that we do not move on to promoting the improvement of our food system, it has an economic cost. The estimations that have been done show that the gains related to the promotion of more healthy food intakes surpass the losses that it may cause. I would like to close highlighting the ideas of this presentation. Currently, the world is facing a crisis when it comes to nutrition. That crisis is urgent right now because it is a cause that is very important related to human health, but also because what we are producing and feeding people is having a negative impact in our food system and planet system, global systems. Now we have enough evidence to move in the direction of implementing regulations and policies. We already have previous examples of of the Parliament supporting and showing us the right path. Currently, the people, those who are most vulnerable, are waiting for a leadership, for action to be taken, for action that's risky, for it to be assessed, but that we can move to the execution of sustainable and healthier food for everyone. The message is that you have the academy at your disposition, especially Universidad de Chile, throughout the process. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dr. Corvalán, for your presentation. The acknowledgement of the right to food internationally and in each of our countries is very important, and it should be monitored constantly, because even though it's essential, it's just the first step. For this, I would like to welcome our next speaker, Hilal Elber, former special reporter on the right to food, who will join us virtually.
Mientras aparece la imagen, les voy a dar una breve reseña.
While we wait for the image, Hilal Elber is a renowned researcher when it comes to food safety and advocate of human rights. In 2014, she became a realtor regarding the right to food. She was in that position up to 2020 while conducting investigations around the world in different regions.
I wish I was there in person, not virtually. Unfortunately, after the first Parliamentarian Summit in Madrid 2018, the international community has been experiencing multiple crises that have a severe impact on food security everywhere, that's simply jeopardizing all valuable work that had been put in place in national, regional, and global level. In May 2023, the Global Report on Food Crisis announced that in 2022, an unprecedented 345 million people are battling extreme hunger today in 58 countries, requiring urgent food, nutrition, and livelihood assistance to survive. This is the highest on record since the report started in 2017. Which is only looked at three categories: crisis, emergency, and famine conditions, which the five phase: starvation, death, destitution, and extremely critical acute malnutrition are evident. Besides extreme hunger cases, over 3 billion people are unable to afford a healthy diet. These figures are not just statistics. They are human beings. They deserve dignity and decent life. Food insecurity was increasing since 2014, but COVID-19 pandemic and subsequently the ongoing Ukraine war disrupted global food supply chains and created the most severe global food crisis since the Second World War. Besides these unprecedented problems, climate change-related extreme weather events such as longer and deeper drought and severe, unpredictable flooding are significantly decreasing food production, distribution, and yield. Given this adverse impact of recent multiple crises, reaching the zero hunger target of the UN Sustainable Development Goal number 2 clearly is not viable until 2030. Crucially, These outcomes are not distributed equally across countries, regions, or across social groups. While vertical and horizontal inequalities between countries and peoples getting wider, eliminating hunger and malnutrition for marginalized communities is daunting. Social and economic challenges such as poverty, forced displacement, and migration, intergenerational inequality, as well as multiple discriminations, prevent equal access to available food in many developing countries. Ironically, most people who suffer from hunger, malnutrition, and poverty are concentrated in rural areas and work in the food and agricultural sector, producing much of the locally consumed food. During my mandate as the UN Special Rapporteur on Right to Food, I was witness such inequality, injustices, and human rights sufferings in various places that were already under the severe impact on climate disaster, political conflict, skyrocketed food prices, unilateral coercive measures, health hazards of agricultural chemicals, massive displacements as a result of development projects and extractive industries. Indigenous peoples and peasants, among them women and children, are unequivocally impacted on such detrimental conditions more than others. I also witnessed that right to food simply became just a rhetoric, nothing more than empty promises. Sadly, even many human rights organizations did not use right to food and human rights-based approach to fight against hunger and malnutrition as an effective tool, because there's a lack of understanding of procedural rules of human rights law and lack of institutional, financial, and political support to implement right to food. But also, there's a disappointment that human rights principles are not strong enough to reverse the policies or effectively punish perpetrators to discourage harmful behaviors. At the same time, the public sector is gradually losing its regulatory power against global corporate interests and international trade rules. Activists are also losing ground defending the human rights, specifically right to food, food sovereignty, and promoting local food systems against global establishment. Moreover, those trying to protect people's land and water rights are subject to psychological and physical violence by corporate-supported militias. Women's rights and gender equality in general, specifically in relation to right to food, are continuously undermined everywhere. After many years of effort, the advancement of gender equality in food system is slow and fragile. These trends indicate that current global food systems often exclude the interest of small-scale family farmers and food producers in favor of a few powerful ones. As a result, food security has become highly monopolized and politicized, both at the national and international level, by the involvement of multiple actors and economic interests. Given the adverse impact of multiple crises, building a common understanding about achieving food security for all is urgently needed, yet hotly contested. As we witnessed during the 2021 UN Food System Summit, there are two distinct views to respond how to transform of these current multi-layers, multi-actors, multi-ideological features of global food governance. One dominant view is a production-oriented and neoliberal market model, mostly relying on global food trade. This view is promoted by powerful states, the private sector, industrial scale producers, and global food trade supporters. This system is proven to be not working for massive amount of smallholder farmers, producers, and food system workers, while profits of big food corporations are skyrocketing. The second view is a human rights-based approach to food security and nutrition that prioritizes the right to food and nutrition for all, particularly women, children, food workers, and peasants' rights, and equal access to resources. This approach supports small-scale farmers and producers, prioritizes self-sufficiency and local markets, defends agroecology and food sovereignty. Undermining the human rights system, specifically the right to food and other relevant rights, presents a major obstacle eliminating hunger and malnutrition in highly unequal food systems and destabilizes the pursuit of overall human security as well. The right to food was first recognized 75 years ago in the 1948 Universal Declaration of Human Rights, then the legally binding International Covenant on Economic and Social and Cultural Rights, which went into force in 1976. The right to food was also repeatedly recognized, the major human rights convention like the Women's Convention, CEDAW, Convention on Right to Child, Convention on Right to Disabled People. Moreover, the two important UN declarations of right to food, of indigenous peoples, and most recently, Declaration of Peasants extended the content of right to food from emphasizing individual human rights to communal rights. As of today, more than 30 countries explicitly and some 54 countries implicitly recognize the right to food in their constitution. Latin American countries, thanks to the parliamentarians, are the champions, the defending of right to food in their constitutions. Nevertheless, after 7 decades, there's a still significant gap between law and implementation, and some states continue to ignore and undermine economic, social, and cultural rights, particularly right to food. One of the reasons of this weak political will implementing right to food is a result of a conflict between ethics of capitalism, logic of market, and adherence to the area of economic and social rights. There's a common perception that right to food is a matter of charity, like humanitarianism or a moral responsibility, not a legal entitlement, that states are duty bound to regard all persons as right holders. There's a fundamental difference between these two understandings. Accordingly, states must ensure that adequate institutions and avenues exist so that rights holders can hold them accountable for right violations and secure remedial relief for themselves. In recent years, human rights have been under attack due to emerging nationalism, populism, and predatory global capitalism. Unfortunately, world powers are retreating in their historical commitments to human rights. Consequently, United Nations institutions are experiencing extreme financial shortfalls, especially the Human Rights Council and regional human rights mechanisms such as the Inter-American Human Rights System. Right to food and other economic rights are mostly violated also by private sector. However, corporations are reluctant to be held accountable for their human rights violations except voluntary corporate social responsibility. Unfortunately, developed countries that are benefiting from current free market-oriented global food systems block the negotiations to establish legally binding agreement against human rights violations of business. Implementing the human rights-based approach would be an effective and appropriate policy tool for building democratic, just, and equitable food governance that responds current social and economic inequalities. This implies the following important policy changes that parliamentarians have a power to do that. I will put this in these 5 points. 1, strong political commitment and allocation of public resources. 2, democratic institutional structure to reach meaningful participation in decision-making process by including marginalized groups. 3, emphasize on the most vulnerable communities, individuals, including women, youth, and indigenous peoples who are most impacted in immediate crisis, yet most capable to solve it. 4, dedicated attention to marginalized food systems actors for sharing information, establishing evidence-based analysis, enabling access to technology and education. 5, building effective mechanism to increase monitoring and accountability against right to food violations. Eliminating hunger and malnutrition and realizing the right to food are deeply connected, yet it's a substantial undertaking given the legal, political, economic, and environmental conditions of the current world order. However, with political will, solidarity, and compassion at every level, and the transformation of aspiration into action is achievable. It's important to bear in mind that the human right to food is not unattainable, rather, it is yet unrealized. Solving hunger and malnutrition is not only a commitment to realize fundamental human rights, but also the elimination of the current crisis of inequality, bringing justice and political stability to every part, both the human and natural world. These are jobs for the parliamentarians. Thank you very much for listening me.
Muchas gracias por sus palabras.
Thank you so much for your words. In that line, we must remember that in order to guarantee the right to proper nutrition, we must have agri-food systems that are resilient, sustainable, effective, and inclusive. For that, we must guarantee that family agriculture and agriculture overall are promoted sustainably and resiliently, that we have conditions that safeguard the rural development in the different areas of the world, and we eliminate poverty with dignified employment in the fields, and we can work on that. Therefore, we can ensure that we have food security for everyone. We now invite Mr. Sibiris Johnson, the Deputy Director of Sahel and West Africa Subsecretariat in charge of the regional governance for food security and nutrition. Before joining the OECD in 2016, he was a researcher for over 20 years at the Institute of Research on the Environment and Agriculture in Burkina Faso. The floor is yours, Mr. Sondi.
Thank you so much. I hope you have
Thank
my
you very much.
presentation normally. Yeah. OK. Bon, je pense que je peux parler, même si la présentation n'est pas possible de l'avoir, parce que je l'avais envoyé aux organisateurs. Bon, OK. Bon, donc je démarre.
I believe I sent my presentation to the organization, but I will begin anyways. Thank you so much, ladies and gentlemen, and representatives of the FAO and Spanish Cooperation Agency, ladies and gentlemen, representatives of the Parliamentary Front Against Hunger and Malnutrition, honorable representatives, parliament members, all guests. With the two first presentations, the problem was explained very clearly. Now, my message is more in the lines of observing how we see this favorably to allow for transformations to occur and for them to be inclusive and sustainable in food-related matters. I would like to thank the organizers again for inviting the West Africa Club Secretariat to this important meeting. This tribune, this audience allowed me to address the transformation perspectives in food security to reach zero hunger, and for that, I will be referencing regularly a region I know very well, Sahel and West Africa region that is facing huge food challenges. As I'm speaking, nearly 40 million people are in need of food assistance and nutritional assistance.
Bon, OK, je continue. Et cette région totalise
I will
17,
continue.
17 pays
This
sur les
region
54 que compte
includes
le
17
continent.
countries out of the 54 in the continent.
Malgré ces 40 millions de personnes en besoin d'assistance alimentaire et nutritionnelle,
However, out
Et
of
je
those
puis
40
également
million
mentionner
people
que
in need of
la
nutritional
région
and food,
regorge d'importantes
I
potentialités.
can
L'économie alimentaire, c'est-à-dire
say that the
production,
region has
transformation,
several
distribution,
resources:
etc., pèse
food
actuellement
economy, production,
au moins
distribution,
260
and
milliards de dollars US. C'est le premier
the
employeur
food
de la
market
région,
has at least
avec
200
98 millions d'emplois
million US
et
dollars
également 68,
worth,
et donc
with
cela
98
représente plus de 60%
million
de la
job
population
positions
active
and
et
representing
68%
over
des femmes qui ont un
60% of the
emploi.
active population and
D'ici
68% of women
2030,
who have
c'est-à-dire
these
à
jobs.
l'échéance des ODD,
From
elle
now till
pèsera
2030,
480 milliards de dollars
following
et offrira 131 millions d'emplois.
these
Donc, vous
numbers,
mesurez
they will
tous
have
vraiment le
420 billion
potentiel que
jobs,
représente
offering
les systèmes
several
alimentaires.
more employment
Mesdames
positions.
et
So
messieurs
you can
et
tell
honorables
me the
parlementaires,
importance
je
of this
continue
food
parce
system.
que
You can tell
finalement la
me,
présentation
dear
ne va pas venir.
parliament members. Well,
Oui,
I don't
heureusement,
think the
j'espère que
presentation
les
is coming
interprètes
up.
également. Ah non, parce que j'avais envoyé en avance
I
pour
hope.
les interprètes également. Donc, je continue. Honorables parlementaires, l'échéance des ODD avance à grands pas.
I hope
Et
this is
personne ne se fait d'illusion que la faim
getting
et la
interpreted.
malnutrition
Now, this
continuent
is
de hanter nos esprits et
creating
de menacer l'avenir
no illusions.
de
No
millions
one
de
is hoping
personnes dans le
that
monde.
this is
D'immenses progrès ont été accomplis.
permanent. The
Les défis demeurent
huge progress was
énormes.
seen. However,
Et
the
je
challenge
voudrais
remains
m'appesantir particulièrement sur les défis liés au changement climatique
tremendous, and I would
qui
like
continuent
to stop
d'impacter
and mention the
les
challenge related to
systèmes
climate
alimentaires.
change that is still
Prenant
impacting
toujours
the
le cas,
food
puisque j'ai dit,
systems.
on va s'appuyer sur un cas concret. Prenant toujours le cas du Sahel et de l'Afrique de
Keeping in
l'Ouest,
mind
avec une hausse
the region I'm focusing
de
on, Sahel
température
and
de
West
1 à
Africa,
3 degrés
with a
depuis le
rise in
milieu des
temperature
années
of 1 to
70
3
jusqu'à maintenant,
degrees Celsius,
une fréquence de précipitation
the
extrême
70 to now,
et
with the
également des
frequency
sécheresses,
of rainfall
sans
that is
oublier la
extreme
dégradation
as well,
des
and
ressources naturelles.
drought.
Il est
And
prévu
let us
une
not
baisse
forget the degradation of
des
natural
rendements de 10 à
resources.
20% dans
We
les
foresee
lors des prochaines
lower
décennies.
performance rates from 10 to 20%
Les
to
deux tiers
in the
des terres
following
arables sont
decades.
d'or et déjà dégradées.
2/3 of the
Et
croplands you
près de
have
600
already
000
been
kilomètres carrés de forêts denses déjà
decreasing,
disparues
and
pendant la période
kilometers of dense
1975
forest has
à 2013.
disappeared in the period between
Ces menaces
1975
climatiques
to
sur les systèmes
2013.
alimentaires sont
These
exacerbées par une
climate
forte
threats
croissance
on our
démographique.
food system are
Toujours dans
exacerbated
cette région
by a
de
huge
l'Afrique dont je citais le
demographic
Sahel et l'Afrique
growth.
de l'Ouest.
In
Dans moins de
this
20 ans,
African
la
region of
population
Sahel and
va
West
augmenter de
Africa, in
250
less than 20
millions
years, the
d'habitants et
population
va franchir la
is going
barre
to
des 700
increase
millions
from
d'habitants.
250
Et la
to 250
majorité
million
sera
inhabitants, and it will go
urbaine.
beyond the barrier of 700 billion
Donc,
and
dans
the
les années
barrier of 200 million,
1950,
and
toujours dans
then
cette région,
most of
10
the area will
producteurs
be urban.
agricoles
So by
devaient dégager
2015,
un
that
surplus pour
region
répondre à l'alimentation d'un consommateur non producteur agricole qui vit en ville.
will have an excessive
D'ici
demand
l'échéance des ODD en
for
2030,
producers. producers will be living in cities, then you'll see that producers will have to move to cities, and this is non-reversible. This is challenging the food system, of course, and there are crucial issues and obstacles on how to feed people sustainably. Ladies and gentlemen, in this context, and in order to move forward on this goal, zero hunger, the second SDG,
ces transformations que nous souhaitons ne se décrètent pas. Il faut créer
without leaving aside this transformation,
pour effectivement permettre cette
we require more regulations so that this transformation occurs. For these scenarios of transformation and resilience of food systems in the context of climate uncertainty, we see the proposal to fight different challenges. For instance, the access to the climate service for unfavored or most vulnerable producers, or the effectiveness of political frameworks of adaptation and anticipation and preservation of the norm and social inclusion, without forgetting the implementation of an investment framework that is favorable and includes mechanisms of incentives and access for agroecology and agricultural safety. And regardless of the path that we choose for transformation, we need bold moves, bold strategies to guide the financing with all of our ambitions in light of the transformation of food systems. If these transformations, if not, these transformations are going to stay on paper in our drawers. This is just an example. 200 million of Africans, and the financing gap is 4.9 billion American dollars, and that is equivalent to $22 per capita. Of that sum, 2.6 million must mobilize internally, and 2.3 million must transfer through development-related means, and then we need resilience measures as something crucial, and I will continue because otherwise I'll continue until the presentation appears. Oh, honorable parliament members, without a reinforced governance and alliance and solid coalitions, it will be very difficult to face these challenges with the goal of making the changes that we want in food sectors. That is the reason why I would like to emphasize on the key role of parliament members
when joining these transformations. And it's there that we should quickly share an idea that develops at the end of this. We are in the 1980s, And for the 10th times, we're being affected by a terrible drought, lacking information and drive. The affected countries failed to needed great food aid. We have that already. Thank you for the PowerPoint presentation. And this helped turned to be more trouble than benefits, disturbing the local economy and the food intake habits of the population. In front of those situations, fixing this, those I represent and the Permanent Committee of Fighting Drought in this area decided to start a network called the Food Crisis Prevention Network in 1994, with the mission of preventing crises instead of managing them. And since then, that network ensures the production of guidelines and information for food safety based on the decisions made by the countries, intergovernmental decisions as well, with different organizations allowing us to have a food declaration in 1990 inspired by the International Convention on food aid on a region that manages the whole international system. This declaration was checked in 2012, and it gave way to the Declaration of Prevention of Food Crises that currently is at the core of the food governance and institutionality. According to this, the leaders of the civil society joined the Parliament to create a national committee of cities and governance to manage the public inquiries about challenges, nutritional and food challenges. Its main success is that it's about an informal platform based on the will of the members that are convinced that it is pertinent and useful to keep the products delivered by this network by over 120 parts. For over 120 participants, this network allows to create alliances and coalitions and to ensure monitoring about governance and the food and nutritional issues, including the challenges in coordination. And I heard what the president said. And ladies and gentlemen, I would say that we do not have an alternative than to apply diplomacy when it comes to food and nutrition. We don't have this alternative, and this depends on a governance enforced in every level, even at the local level. And it's the occasion for me to acknowledge the commitment of FAO, the European Union, Spain, and other affiliates in favor of the Parliamentary Front. through
l'Espagne sera très
the
prochainement membre,
Sahel and Occidental
la plateforme
Club
du
in
RPCA
Africa, from which Spain will become a
exprime
member.
encore
The
sa volonté de
platform
renforcer
of
son
the
partenariat
RPCA
avec le Fonds
expresses its
parlementaire
will to
et je
reinforce
suis personnellement
their
persuadé
alliance
que
with
cela
the
donnerait plus
Parliamentary
un
Front, and I'm
nouvel
convinced
élan
that
à la course de fond. Je répète parce que c'est une course de
this
fond
will
contre
strengthen
la faim engagée dans cette partie
the drive in
de
the road
l'Afrique.
to get budgets and
Voilà ce
financing,
que je voulais rappeler. Mesdames, Messieurs, honorables députés,
and that
merci
this
pour
will
votre attention.
benefit Africa. This is what I wanted to mention today, ladies and gentlemen. Congress
Vraiment
people,
désolé
thank you
n'avoir
for your
pas qu'il y ait
attention.
eu de problèmes.
And
Quisiera agradecer
I would like to
encarecidamente las palabras del señor
apologize for
Saundi,
the
que nos recalca la
problems with my
importancia de
presentation.
enfocarnos de manera
I
integral
would like
en los
to
sistemas
thank
agroalimentarios
you.
sostenibles como un todo para no dejar a nadie atrás. Hoy, dos ganadores del Premio Nobel de la Paz se han
Today,
querido hacer presentes
two
para dar cuenta de la importancia
winners
de la
of the
realización del derecho humano a una
World
alimentación adecuada. En primer
Peace
lugar,
Award
quisiera presentarles
have
el
wanted to
video
be
que
here,
nos ha
and
enviado el
I would like
señor
to introduce the
Mohamed
video
Yunus.
sent
El señor Yunus es un
by
economista
Mohamed
y un empresario
Yunus.
social de Bangladesh,
He is an
reconocido
economist and a social
mundialmente por su innovador enfoque en la lucha contra la pobreza a
worker
través del
in,
desarrollo de un esquema de
and
microcréditos
he has
entregados a
been
todas
working
las
in the
personas pobres que
development
no
of
tienen acceso a servicios
microcredits
financieros
given to
convencionales
every
para
person
que
who
pudieran
does not
emprender
have
y mejorar
access
sus
to
condiciones de
conventional
vida. Esta
services,
idea
so they
salió de
could
Bangladesh y fue
start
replicada en distintos
businesses.
países en el mundo,
This
por
idea
lo que
came
fue
from
galardonado
Bangladesh
con el
and was
Premio Nobel de la
replicated
Paz
in
en
several
el
areas around the world.
2006.
So he received the Nobel Peace Prize in 2006.
Hello, members of the FAO Alliance. I'm very happy to say a few words. You are tasked with a very important issue about food and agriculture. This is becoming a big crisis point right now, as we understand. I'm sure you understand much better than what I would do. It's an issue both ways. It's a food coming from our natural resources, and also it is a way we have to protect this planet because agriculture creates an environment where we are taking away land from the forest and other areas, which we want to make sure we don't do that. We can produce enough food already, existing land and so on. And also see how to make sure our food habits get changed. It's not the same way that we did before. How to make sure that our food is something we can retain the quality of life on this planet. Let's keep the planet safe. The safety of the planet is the most important thing. At the same time, providing the food for all the human beings on this planet. So we are already 8 billion people, and consumption is becoming bigger and bigger. You know that much better than I do. How to make sure what is the necessary food that each individual would be consuming, so that we are responsible and make sure we do it in a way without harming the planet, and how do we go about it. And it's a huge number of people in the world who are devoted to agriculture. Usually they are, in most countries, they are the bottommost in income level. And that's also something that their children would like to have a better life for themselves. Not only they provide the food, at the same time they have to protect the planet and have a better life for themselves. Thank you very much.
Perdón, me estaban dando una información. Agradecemos el video que nos enviaran y al señor Yunus por su contribución a este importante evento. Para finalizar, quisiéramos presentarle el video que nos ha hecho llegar, espero decirlo bien, Tawakol Karman, Sí, bien, gracias. Tawakol Karman. La señora Karman es una periodista, activista y líder política yemení, conocida por su rol destacado en la primavera árabe en Yemen, después de ya varios años de lucha pacífica por los derechos humanos. Ella fundó y dirigió diversas organizaciones como Mujeres Periodistas Sin Cadenas, que abogaba por la libertad de prensa y el respeto a los derechos humanos de las mujeres en Yemen. Y fue galardonada con el Premio Nobel de la Paz el año 2011, gracias a su valioso liderazgo y activismo por la democracia y la justicia para todos y todas. Viene el video de Tamawol Karman.
Hello everyone in the Global Parliamentarian Summit. Peace be upon all of you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah. Thank you, FAO, for inviting me to deliver this message to these members of Parliament from different countries of the world. I'm so proud to be with you. I will begin with an issue that I believe it's so important. An issue that lies at the core of food security, the freedom and food security. Food security cannot be isolated from the broader context of freedom. When freedom is compromised, when societies are constrained by oppressive regimes or entangled in conflicts, it is the most vulnerable among us who bear the brunt of these consequences. It is the children who suffer from malnutrition, the farmers who struggle to cultivate their land amidst chaos, and the communities torn apart by violence. It is imperative to recognize the profound threat that tyranny and dictatorship pose to food security. Under oppressive regimes, where power is concentrated in the hands of a few, the fundamental rights of individuals are trampled upon, and the well-being of the population, including access to food, is often compromised. Tyrants prioritize their own interests and the consolidation of power, often neglecting the needs of their people. They manipulate food production and distribution systems for their own gain, exacerbating inequalities and perpetuating hunger among the society. I speak to you today as members of parliament from different countries of the world at this important summit, the Global Parliamentarian Summit. You are the representative of your nations. As you represent nations and work for the well-being of your citizens, you have shared responsibility to address critical issues that impact the lives of millions. In your pursuit of food security, you must always be mindful of the potential consequences of compromising freedom. It is your duty to safeguard the rights and liberties of your constituents, of your people, of your citizens, ensuring that their voices are heard and their concerns are addressed. By championing freedom, you empower individuals to actively participate in shaping policies that foster sustainable development, social justice, and the eradication of poverty and hunger. Finally, you should remember that empowering women is crucial for achieving food security and sustainable development. When women are given equal access to resources, education, and opportunities, they can contribute significantly to improving food production, nutrition, and household income. Investing in women's agricultural training, providing access to credit and markets, and promoting gender responsive policies are vital steps toward achieving gender equality in the agricultural sector, which means guaranteeing the food security. Thank you so much.
Agradecemos profundamente el video enviado por la señora Carmen, que nos recuerda el importante
Thank you so much for your video, which reminds us of the role of women when fighting for human rights and peace. We would like to close this first session, but before we go to have lunch, we need to give you some information. You can keep the hearing devices during lunch, but you have to turn them off so they don't get discharged. By the end of the day, you have to give them back and you will recover your passports. That's on the one hand. On the other hand, I would like to tell you that this room, once we leave, will be completely closed in case you leave something in here, a bag or a personal object. It will be absolutely safe here. The exit is to the left and to the right, and there will be people who will guide you in order to go to floor 14 to have lunch at 2:30. Last announcement, at 2:30 at 3:30 we will have Chile presenting regarding the recent strategies for food sovereignty, and we'll have Esteban Valenzuela, our ministry, presenting for us. Thank you very much and enjoy lunch.
I ask you to please take your seats so that we can begin with our second session. Deputy or Representative Mr. Palma, please take your seat. Welcome again, all of you. I hope you enjoyed your lunch, and I hope that during that time you were able to discuss the agenda of the summit. And I insist we are available to answer any questions you may have about this event. As we said, we'll introduce now the strategy on food security, a novelty unprecedented in our country that has involved an important multi-sectoral contribution, which is one of the best practices that we should foster in the Parliament. For that, and joining us today, we have the Minister of Agriculture, Mr. Esteban Valenzuela. It is an honor to have you. The floor is all yours, Mr. Minister.
Hola, muy buenas tardes. Muchas gracias, Presidenta, por darnos el pase.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Minister, for giving us the floor. My name is Minister Fernandez. I'm the Undersecretary of the Ministry of Agriculture, and I will have the honor to introduce this strategy, and I will be the moderator in this discussion for the national strategy of sovereignty for food safety. I will first start to share a video with the main elements of the strategy and what's been a very long process of work, virtually a year before the launch of the strategy, with a series of stakeholders from the private world and the government, with this outcome that we are here to share. I will leave you with this video before the minister's intervention. I would like to send to you the representatives of the agricultural family and the sovereignty of our country, a commission that was highly demanded by the parliament members and part of the program of our president, Gabriel Boric, to face the difficult food situation that our country is living due to the increasing dependence on the food and the hidden biodiversity caused by migration from the field to the city, among other factors. We have gathered a variety of stakeholders representing the farming organizations, the academia, the private sector, and state institutions in order to create a roadmap that will guide the state towards the strengthening of food safety through the growth of the food industry. The creation of the National Strategy for the Sovereignty of Food Security was created based on a participatory process that gathered 8 ministries, 55 institutions from the state, including different state and regional entities, 84 private institutions, 24 academic institutions, and 43 natural persons through via workshops, talks, and seminars have contributed both to the conceptualization for the drafting of the strategy as well as in the axis and pillars of action strengthening this public agenda where different interests and challenges converge. One of the biggest challenges in the process of strategy creation was the integration of different visions and realities in the country that was expressed in a vast amount of institutions and people that joined us through a participatory process, open to dialogue, a representative process. We managed to build a strategy that joins people and unites us around food security. The goal of creating this tool is to move forward in a paradigm shift, a productive and cultural change, promoting and nurturing food industry, promoting the assessment of the food security, and from Arica to Punta Arenas in different talks and seminars, people participated to shape the strategy, highlighting the heritage and the pillars that are key to build sustainable food systems that will safeguard the right to food for people in the country. Government of Chile, present for a better future.
Ministro, por favor. Adelante. Adelante.
Bueno, muy buenas tardes a todas y todo.
Good afternoon, everyone. Organizers insisted in us showing our strategy, and we do this, but humbly, because we know that other countries have taken relevant steps in this area. Still, let us leave aside the context, the obvious context, the evident context of food insecurity around the world, and many of the hard data. We are far from the development goal number 2. What is the situation in Chile? Next slide, please. Well then, in Chile, the country during 2 decades has had a strategy as a food power. And that strategy has been successful, but of course has failed too. As it was mentioned this morning, there's losses and a decrease of almost 30% of the crops, traditional crops, yearly crops that have been lost for nearly 10 years. Legumes, for instance, 71% of the legumes are imported because of the lack of our own property of legumes and the lack of our agricultural capacity. Another important data is that Chile has 17.4% of the total population living in a situation of food insecurity. The government, in this economic crisis, provides subsidies reaching millions of dollars, similar to other subsidies in the country. There's also a food bank program that contributes in a way. However, there are still gaps, and the issue of malnutrition responds to 34%, 34.1% of obesity among adults and 44.5% of obesity in children or overweight in children. Chile is a vast exporter of fruit. Being a small country, is one of the 5 countries in the southern hemisphere that exports fruit the most to the northern hemisphere, and it is also the source, as you well know, to other sources linked to agriculture, such as salmon and wine, very relevant products, and fish, but and different poultry products. But the government, in complementary ways, has decided that different areas must be recovered in our agricultural production and heritage. You can see here the strategy of security, which basically involves having access to food, and the exchange and the fair trade and the treaties contribute to this, of course, but the access to nurturing and healthy food. To this, we would like to add new concepts and new strategies in a bigger consensus countrywide, involving the family farming with the dozen of ministries involved too.
¿Cuál es el concepto que hemos consensuado?
What is the concept that has gained consensus? Eutarchy is not part of the modern times with the contribution of all countries to food safety. Instead, we shouldn't be ignoring to food safety, and as ODEPA has put it, the food sovereignty is safeguard of the right to food through the strengthening of the different patrimonies, making the base of the national food system with the goal of contributing to the present and future nutrition and food safety. In order to materialize these concepts, we have worked in the following: a strategy with overarching concepts, one that came out strongly, as Carolina Marzán, the president of Congress, pointed out this morning, was a strategy of inclusion in which the government has been very proactive. The Ministry of Agriculture in Chile has 12 different offices that are relevant, and half of them are run by women, actually led by empowered women. That's key. And this translates into policies, in this case of gender strategies, that are highly significant for us. In only a year and a half, we have managed that the INDAP, the Institute for Agricultural Development in Chile, coming from the period of agricultural reform in the 60s, addresses even the municipality programs, 250,000 members of the small family farming. And there are key numbers here. 49% of the beneficiaries are women, and 40%, or 38% more specifically, belong to indigenous peoples. As President Boric stated, in the Central South area, the contribution of the Mapuche people is highly significant for agriculture in our country. Next one, please. Plenty of ministries and institutions and universities have worked in this strategy. We take the opportunity to greet the Chancellor Vivaldi and the dean from different universities, and for this contribution there are different aspects such as the fair social economical transition. For this government, sustainability is not just an adjective, it's a noun, and it's significant for the strategy too, with the creation of the high standards in this fair transition. The challenge lies in this segment of biodiversity and protected areas pillar, with precision technology, research, and finding decent employment. Chile, in this new democracy, has not passed a law for statutes for agricultural workers, regularizing employment for temporary workers, seasonal workers, and workers from foreign workers that contribute to the integration of Chile to international markets, and also contributes to our internal productivity. Now, the different productive resources involve the channels of trade for the agro industry and the fishing industry. We know that we are behind. The main procurer is the state. Through a giant program of school nutrition, the president said it in his speech this morning. We want more, but that is a very long story. You will know it tomorrow. Tomorrow we will award Dr. Monkevert again with along with Salvador Allende. They've played a key role since the 30s, previous century, where Chile had to guarantee a liter of milk per children with a primary feeding system in the curricular system, etc. But the fundamental human development was guaranteed, and at the end of the day, this involves a dialogue, strong state, dynamic market, as Mirosevic put it, but this involves strong work with the communities and the people, and that is, of course, robust work. And as we've learned from other experiences around the world, the link between the food system and the food safety and food security is very important. We know that the collaboration that Chile has with other Latin American countries and Caribbean countries is highly relevant with many other countries. Chile is contributing with the agricultural livestock service that is highly valued around the world. Next one, please.
Quite large. We have to act in a practical way, very efficiently. So here's the strategy. It looks to reduce the gaps of access to natural resources and productive resources by the agricultural, family agriculture, small agriculture, artisanal fishing. We are very close. We reached an agreement with the Senate. It was unanimous to reach a new water law legislation in Chile because we needed to provide an irrigation act for companies that are increasing their export levels. And when the resources are scarce, we need to focus, and the focus of the new irrigation legislation has a direct impact in the conduction of water that helps all the stakeholders by the area, big, small, and medium-sized. But the subsidiums will be more specific for the small and medium agriculture in order to cover the areas with less access and resources so they can technify irrigation and cover their gaps. So now we have to value the human and social cultural component linked to the production, commercialization, and consumption of food, which by definition involves several actions. The fourth point is in relation to promoting a diet rich in nutrients, balanced. Every week, this ministry sends President Gabriel Boric we have a ranking for seasonal foods available throughout the country, and we have emphasized healthy diets, fruits and vegetables that are fresh in a systematic way. Fifth, to maintain and improve phytosanitary conditions, we have a new law from the Agricultural and Livestock Service So 1,500 workers for that service that were not still hired, just paid by fees, are now public workers. Correct and prevent the restrictions and commercial distortion in some food markets. As an example, last year, our corn and wheat productions were having very high costs of fertilization. And during the last period, the prices have decreased, which is very good for the consumer, but not good for the producers. That's when the public companies have a key role in the purchasing market in order to help and to keep the transparency. And so the smaller agriculture farmers don't see the decrease in resources. Seventh, we actually favor generational change in rural and coast territories related to food system. This is a wish. We are working with different ministries in order to have policies for new generations that are more proactive. Young people are a part of programming. They're working on robotics, and they need high technology. They need to have access to land, to housing, and we're working towards that goal. To protect, preserve, improve, and restore natural resources and biodiversity. The country is very committed. Yesterday with Eve from FAO, we have an alliance because of climate change. We have created international funds to move towards this road of protecting, restoring, and different infiltration models of sustainable design. And also in last March, at the beginning of April, actually, we developed the first international agricultural meeting for low and methane in a non-defensive way, not saying that everything is done correctly, but assuming and accepting the feedback, creating different ways of bioindustry, congratulating those who are doing things right, for example, the poultry industry. 9, to promote actions that will cascade into strengthening the availability of foods. I have named several of them, and they mean to create subsidies for the most vulnerable families, to strengthen training, education, and technological transference for those producing foods. We have 4 institutions, 4 centers for research and development, which makes us available to translate the cooperation between private and public sectors. Our countries, in the case of South America and the Caribbean, of course, there are some exceptions. We are very far from the averages of tax burden of developed country. We are in the 120th in Latin America and the Caribbean. When we have weak tax burdens, there's small inequality, corruption, and violence. Therefore, one of the main goals of the structural government related to government food security and a healthy food, healthy diet, there will be a tax impact. So this works. One of the projects that we were able to carry on was a special royalty for the mining industry that is very big in Chile, and that royalty allowed us to allocate more resources to regional governments, to municipalities in need of resources, rural municipalities that do not count with internet, they don't have good quality education, with difficulties in their health system. In order to retain the youth and to work in this retaining of human resources and social capital. This was supported by a big part, 30 big part of the Congress, and helped 300 municipalities in Chile. So we are working for equity in this with this system. We are very far, and we take Europe as an example with our Fund of Territorial Convergence. They have done this for over 50 years, and we need to move along those lines of the funds of territorial convergence, not only allocate sources to the cities, but also to help the rural areas and the family agriculture. Our government is being coherent with this, and we want to support strategies for food sovereignty. We have created treaties, international treaties. We're cooperating, but these efforts for equitative development are paramount, and that's what we're doing. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Minister. Before, I would like to acknowledge the work of the technical team, their national director, Andrea Garcia, the people behind the strategy we're presenting today. So, without further ado, I will give the floor to the representative of FAO in Chile. I'm very proud to be able to welcome everyone here for another innovative strategy. I have to mention that I have seen several of you during the 10 years I've been here. 3 messages. First, this strategy is relevant because of the indexes of food insecurity the minister talked about, because the basic food is over $81 per month per home. A healthy diet is over $3.4 per person per day. This reality where we already had inequity in the country, but because of the pandemic and the prices rising related to the war, this has been highlighted. And it's one of the first times that one country, one government has led the efforts related with food sovereignty as a response to the requests from indigenous people, family agriculture, small family fishing. I heard this in the summit of food, and it surprised me how much this was requested. They didn't want to talk about sovereignty specifically, and this time the government responded. We have 7 countries in the world that have food sovereignty integrated in their legislation or constitution. But the second message is that is innovation, because it's a way to fundamental rights to food, to adequate food, It's a part of the way to reaching food security. It's innovative because it's not protectionist. It doesn't interfere with the international commerce. However, it does face historic distortions within the policies in the national economics, where they focus on exports, but not in the national food system. It's innovative because it's integrative: protection, consumption, nutrition, environment, innocuity. So it's efficient. And this transversal matters: climate change, youth. Climate change is very well conceived. It's innovative because of the 5 patrimonies. All the countries have a patrimony, and that is the endemic part of the country, the strategic part of the country, the only part of the country that we forget about, thinking only in the commerce, in the markets. And we value those things unique to Chile right now. And in terms of novelty, it's a different focus. It looks at the local, the territory, and the different stakeholders that need to look at the different sectors. It's coordinated to make sure what we want to get on our tables. I'm pretty sure this will help in the future, and it will release the potential of the food and build resilience. Last message related to the last steps. Now the challenges are to articulate it with different efforts, with like the efforts of the ICLAC, and to put in place and practice different plans and create a good coordination and ensure the resources that will take this into action in the territories and human lives. The Chilean parliamentarians the representatives have a great role in order to ensure good school food programs, the law for public markets. This is all being talked about, and everything is related to this, involved in this edition. Thank you.
Muchas gracias, Yves. Le damos a continuación la palabra a la diputada
Thank
Consuelo
you
Veloso,
so
miembro de la
much.
Comisión
Now
de
we'll give
Agricultura
the
de la
floor
Cámara de
to
Diputados de
Representative
Chile.
Consuelo Veloso, member of the Commission of Agriculture of the House of Representatives in Chile.
Gracias, subsecretaria. Bueno, ya lo dijeron, mi nombre es Consuelo Veloso, soy miembro de la
Thank you,
Comisión de
Undersecretary. My
Agricultura
name
de
is
este
Consuelo
Congreso.
Veloso. I'm a member
Pero
of
más
the
importante
Commission of
aún, soy de la
Agriculture
región
of
del
this
Maule, que es
Congress,
una de
but
las
more
regiones
importantly, I
agrícolas
come
más
from the region
importantes
of
de este
El
país,
Maule,
queda a 3,
one of
4
the
horas
most
de
important
Santiago de Chile,
agricultural
y tiene mucho
regions
que
of this
ver, por
country, 3
cierto,
to 4
con el
hours away
trabajo
from the
que
capital,
hago
and
todos
it's
los
very
días y
much
que hacemos
related
quienes
to
nos
the
movemos en la
work
agricultura, un
that I
poco de
do
nuestra historia
every day.
personal. En
And
primer lugar, quiero
everyone who
agradecer al
does on
ministro de
agriculture
Agricultura, Esteban
knows
Valenzuela, a
about,
la
and I would like to
subsecretaria
first thank
también
Mr.
presente,
Esteban
Ignacia
Valenzuela, the Minister of
Fernández,
Agriculture,
con
and the
mucho cariño y en
Undersecretary here
especial a
too,
Andrea García,
Mrs.
directora de ODEPA, por haber
Fernandez,
liderado
and very
esta
fondly
tremenda estrategia
also
nacional
Mrs.
que tiene
Garcia
2
from
etapas.
ODEPA
En primer
for
lugar, tuvo una que era para
coordinating
salir de la
this
emergencia que
great
vivimos durante el año
strategy
2022
because there were
a
several
propósito
stages.
de el
First, to
alza
emerge from the
de precio de los
crisis that
insumos
we
y de la
lived
inflación
due to
que
the
generó el alza de los
price
alimentos también, producto de la
rise
guerra de Ucrania, de
that
los remanentes económicos de la
created
pandemia
the
y también como
price
consecuencia inevitable de la
of
crisis
foods
climática
to
que
rise as
no nos va
well
a
as a
abandonar.
consequence of the
Esta
war in
primera etapa,
Ukraine and
por
the climate
cierto,
crisis that will
siguió
not
de una
abandon
segunda
us.
etapa
This
que
first
buscó lo que
stage, of
estamos
course,
conversando ahora,
led to
construir
a
una
second
estrategia
stage that
transversal a
sought, as we
corto,
were
mediano y
discussing
largo
now, to
plazo para
build a
poder fortalecer el
strategy, a
sistema
horizontal
alimentario del
strategy
país.
for the mid and long term to strengthen the food system of the country. It is important to point out that in this, several farming associations from the civil society had participated, as well as different trade associations, markets, and several associations that are a part of the logistical chain, several international associations, as well as government or state entities that would like to greet and command really for their work at FAO, because FAO has managed that the concept of food security gains importance in Latin America and the rest of the world in instances like this that have allowed the consolidation of the term so that it's in everyone's mouth and in discussion, but it has not been easy around the world. It wasn't easy, and it's not been easy in this conference either. The concept of sovereignty particularly has created controversy. In one of the biggest industry trades, it was even said that this was the beginning of the Chile's isolation from the world in matters of food industry, and nothing of that was true. But this concept, of course, is intended to take care of the citizens and care for the national patrimony and the capital or the equity, which is the food, and to safeguard the right to food. And I do not see anyone opposing to that. I cannot see why. There are no political colors to this. There's no left or right when it comes to this. Everyone should be carrying the same regarding all their views, their political views. There is, of course, an economic model of wealth accumulation that is based on the excessive consumption without concerning for the externalities that damage our territories or deforesting our lungs or forests, something that of course involves high levels of inequality, and a model with freedom of choosing. But we all know that that freedom depends on how much money you have in your pockets. There are ones who defend this model from the parliaments and from companies, and we see political colors in those cases, and we've seen that difficulty. But since we all have political colors, I appreciate the president that we have, Mr. Gabriel Boric, because that is the reason why from rural territories we dream about doing politics, to put the bread on everyone's table in Chile, or that liter of milk that the president Salvador Allende wanted for our families. This plan was a part of the president's program, and that is why it's not the same who reaches power. And much has been said in this meeting that it needs to be led to decisions that change lives, and that is the challenge, to create policies that serve people and everyone, particularly for Latin America and the Caribbean, where we see figures of hunger that are so high, not due to food scarcity, but because of the historical punishment in our lands, that despite its wealth, its poverty reigns. And let us keep discussing, because I am certain that we can stop talking about hunger with just resignation and maybe leave that frustration aside. And if we continue working collaboratively and strongly, we can still reverse the course of action, and why not save humanity? Thank you. We have some time for a couple of questions, if there were, among attendees, both virtual or in person. Questions or comments are accepted too, as the minister is telling. Yes. I have comments. Congratulations to the people participating in this group. I've come from Mexico. I'm a senator of the Republic of Mexico, and it is a pleasure to see how experience and youth come together. I believe it's so important to see this, and I'm glad to see these groups working. We are from the generations that grew under the example of Salvador Allende. So many thanks.
Buenas tardes a todos y a todas. Marta González del Distrito 15.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marta Gonzalez from District 15 of O'Higgins region, also an agricultural region that hosts the small family farming. I would like to ask two questions that are related to what is happening in our territory. The first, but the second one is also related to the rest of the world. The first one is related to the land that was intended for crops now is being used for solar panel installation. That is, of course, referred to as clean technology, but because of economic purposes, some farmers are opting for installing this sort of technologies instead of crops because of the difficulties in the returns that they're having. That is the first question that I have, and maybe the minister could complement with this vision. And the second question, also for the minister, is about his vision on GMOs, genetically modified foods, the fact that consumers could have the information on the foods that are modified and what foods are not, to keep the right to know, and also to promote organic agriculture that keeps ancestral seeds from our lands alive. This affects not only our land, but the world. And thanks, of course, to all of you for this important initiative that is being launched in our country. Thank you so much. I'm being told that there's no more time for additional questions, so I will give the floor to the minister so that he can respond, and then we close this session.
Bien, Madame la Présidente, merci de m'avoir donné la parole sur insistance de Monsieur le ministre. Je l'en remercie.
Mrs. President,
je ne fais pas de commentaire technique. Je vais faire plutôt un commentaire politique.
It does not allow me.
D'abord, comme nombre d'entre les parlementaires ici présents,
we cannot hear the
à sa
question.
juste valeur l'engagement, la détermination des autorités du Chili. Ensuite, cet après-midi,
the Chilean authorities' decision has been appreciated, and this afternoon we were able to hear a presentation from a minister, who is brave enough and who believes this is true, and he came to share with ministers all over the world, parliament members from all over the world who believe in this too. And I would like to ask all attendees here to give a round of applause.
Recording in progress.
Another country would have not received us, but the fact that we are here is a reason for us to celebrate their action and decision. I would like to tell you from the bottom of my heart and wholeheartedly that we have faith in your path. We know who you are and where you want to go, and we are thankful for sharing this with us. Thank you so much. One last comment, and after that we close.
Ustedes hablan de una dieta, de colocar al alcance de la
When
población
you
una dieta
refer
saludable,
to a
eso
diet,
implica,
a healthy
colocar
diet
productos más
that is
baratos en el
affordable for the
mercado, o
population, are
también
you
prever
referring
una
to putting
canasta saludable, por ejemplo, para la
less
población
expensive
más
products
vulnerable, por la población que más requiere?
available for
¿Qué
the
implica
population,
en
or
concreto esto? Esta
the
es la inquietud que
basic
tenía.
food basket
felicito.
with healthier products? That was the question. But congratulations for the work. Thank you.
Gracias, muy brevemente.
Thank you, and very briefly, I would like to congratulate the Chilean government for such a straightforward, clear initiative. That's a model for us to follow, and for having so many material elements
rescato
that
esto porque
are
hace poco
underlying
me
the
decían en mi
food
país,
industry
lo que
for
tenemos que
so
enseñar
many
en el
of us.
Paraguay es
I
a que
take this
aprendan a comer
because
la soja,
what we must teach in
porque la soja es
Paraguay
un
is that
alimento y les dije
people
que la
learn
soja
to
no es
eat
nuestro
soy,
alimento.
because soy,
No podemos imponer al pueblo que aprendan a
well,
comer la
soy
soja,
is
porque
not,
ellos lo que quieren comer es el borí, la gallina
cannot be
casera,
imposed.
le
They
hice la
want
lista
to
de las
eat
comidas típicas ligadas a
bori,
la cultura.
home-cooked
Ese es un patrimonio inmaterial que
chicken,
también hay
and
que
the
preservar.
list
Un
of
patrimonio
food that is
cultural
part of the
inmaterial
culture that is
ligado a
also
los hábitos. Y
our
allí introducir
heritage.
la
And
educación y
that is something
la
that we need
instrucción respecto
to
al valor de los
educate
alimentos, a
people
la mejor
on,
combinación. A
and we
veces
need
las
to
dietas
start introducing the
culturalmente
better
muy arraigadas son muy
um,
calóricas, en fin.
information
Hay
about that.
cosas que aprender, pero
Sometimes
tiene que ser sobre
we
la
have
base
highly
de nuestro patrimonio
caloric
cultural. Por eso me
food,
gustó ver en
but
estos ejes que manifestó el
that's
ministro
why I liked
del
seeing
patrimonio del
this
sistema
manifesto
alimentario, los
of the
recursos
Minister
naturales,
of the
productivos, biodiversidad,
Heritage
canales de
here in
comercialización de la
this
agricultura,
strategy,
recursos humanos y sociocultural,
panels of
dietas
commercialization,
saludables,
and the social
sanitario e
cultural
inocuidad.
aspects of this
Y allí
strategy, the
rescato el
health
recurso
and
humano,
safety aspect of the strategy.
los
I take
saberes populares y
the
también
human
lo sociocultural,
concept of it,
porque
and the
tenemos
social
un
cultural
patrimonio
knowledge of it,
inmaterial también que
because
cuidar,
we have
porque
an
la
immaterial,
colonización cultural en la
non-tangible
globalización
heritage
también incluye
to
la alteración de los
consider, and
hábitos
with the
básicos de
changes of
alimentación que
globalization,
genera
we are
justamente
including
esta
an
prevalencia de
alteration of the
comidas
basic
rápidas
consumption
que
patterns,
son
and the
en gran
prevalence
medida
of these
también
fast
responsables
foods are
del aumento de la obesidad y
mainly
sus
caused by
consecuencias. Eso nomás
the
quería rescatar y
increased,
reiterar las felicitaciones por
are
la claridad de
causing
un
the
plan
increase of
que creo que
obesity and
apunta a lograr
others.
la
But
meta que deseamos.
congratulations
Muchas
of the
gracias.
clarity for the clarity in this plan. That is precisely what we need. Thank you.
Responder y cerrar.
Seré muy breve porque tienen que llegar a
I
buenas
will try to
conclusiones.
be brief
Quisiera partir con Paraguay.
because we want to reach positive conclusions. I would like to start with Paraguay and defend mate and its contribution to the world. We are purchasing more Paraguayan meats, respecting the vegetarian and vegan people, of course. But we need more guayaba too, and stevia, defending stevia. And talking about healthy diets, that is very accomplished in Paraguay, so very respectfully, I wanted to say that. Now, the interventions were to congratulate the teams, and I do not believe in, I believe in teams, in coalitions, in alliances. That's where the tasks are performed the best. But having said that, I respect Representative Gonzalez, and Chile reached a record last year in 2022 that makes us very proud. In 2022, for the first time, over half, so 51% of the generation of power in Chile came from green, clean, and energies, non-conventional, renewable energy from wind plants, solar power plants. And when there is a proliferation of this, of course, there are some exaggerations. So Representative Gonzalez is working with a team in the ministry, between the Ministry of Energy and the Service of Agricultural Livestock, on a plan so that the best crops for agriculture are used for crops and not for these other projects. But these are transitions. We don't want squares and circles, right? If we want more sustainable models, we will need more solar power, and Chile still lacks to merge the systems and the grids of the north with the south, and is working on it. Now, a healthier food basket. I will be very honest about what Chile is and what Chile isn't. For you to know, Chile has a regressive tax system. 50% of the tax collection in Chile comes from the VAT. As you know, the value added tax is almost 20%. Happily, the chain from the small farmer with the free market, farmers markets that are happening throughout the country during the day and night, that circuit is exempt from tax collection from the IRS. So structurally, that allows that ODEPA and our ministry to have the data, but that allows to have data that 60% of the food is cheaper than in supermarkets. 60% cheaper in these farmers' markets than in supermarkets. That is the offer of the food basket at a good price with fruits, legumes, fresh. And that is nationwide. To that we add the family subsidies and the educational programs. We have 30 farmers programs, and for the first time, this ministry has 2 programs that are entirely new, supporting the traditional crops. That's why we are moving forward on legumes, among others. And secondly, we have a program on green agriculture and ecology that holds a very key place in our food chain, and we are working alongside the Ministry of Economy for that. Chile does not have this whole food chains or this different shops, stores that have green seals throughout the country, but that is part of a plan for the future linked to a healthy nutrition, not only with organic foods, but with the people that are making efforts to have a greener and healthier industry. Thank you.
Quisiera agradecer al ministro de Agricultura, señor Esteban Valenzuela.
I would like to thank
presentación realizada en el día de hoy.
Mr. Esteban Valenzuela for his presentation today. Of course, the Subsecretary, even our Deputy Consuelo Veloso. Thank you very much, because you represent a very valuable work to guarantee the right to food. From an integral perspective, we hope this can be useful for all representatives present here as a first approach to the several good practices in place in other places of the world. And here, we would like to begin the first session, the second session, session number 1, called Ensuring Availability of and Access to Healthy Diets for All. As you know, we will get to know valuable experiences, San Vicente and Grenadine, Zambia, Mexico, and China. We will. Don't worry. Thank you, Minister. Each of these experiences can inspire us to take action within our countries, to replicate good practices, get to learn about some challenges and how they have been faced in several areas of the world, and to create dialogue spaces and exchange that will improve the access to healthy diets. To start this session, I would like to introduce you to François Uwumukisa, member of the East African Legislative Assembly and chairperson of EALA Committee on Agriculture, Tourism, and Natural Resources, and the moderator, Honorable Nevin El Tahiri, member of the Economic Committee of the Parliament of Egypt. We would like to give the floor to these meeting.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, honorable members of Parliament, dearest participants, all protocols observed, of course, for the interest of time. Good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to congratulate first and foremost the organizers of this valuable summit. The second Global Parliamentary Summit against hunger and malnutrition that is taking place here in this beautiful country, Chile. And on the onset, I also congratulate Chile, the government of Chile, for the efforts, not only to host this summit, but also to make sure this summit is a success. I thank FAO for the invitation on behalf of the Assembly. The Assembly is East African Legislative Assembly, one of the 7 organs of the East African community. We are able to be here to debate on some matters of importance. It's not easy to talk after quite a number of keynote speakers that expressed themselves before us. But since we are all talking towards a common goal, allow me to go straight to the point by introducing the topic of today, that is ensuring availability of and access to healthy diets for all. Healthy diets from sustainable food system are diets that are healthy promoting and disease preventing, diets that are available, affordable, accessible, and appealing to all. Diets that are produced and distributed using methods that ensure decent work and sustain the planet, soil, water, and biodiversity. Actions to ensure healthy diets for all have a huge potential to achieve SDGs. The realization of this vision will achieve a multitude of SDGs, such as ending hunger and malnutrition in all its forms, promoting healthy lives and well-being for all by substantially reducing the health burden of non-communicable diseases and improving maternal and child health, promoting responsible consumption and production, and foster urgent action to combat climate change is paramount. Health, nutrition, and environmental sustainability need to be core, cross-cutting foundations on food system transformation. During the United Nations Food System Summit 2021, the call for action to deliver health diets from sustainable food systems echoed through dialogues, social movements, and national pathways. As far as the global state of hunger and malnutrition is concerned, among the major inequalities in the food system is the accessibility and affordability of nutritious and healthy food across the world. Currently, around 26% of the global population experiences a moderate to severe level of food insecurity and lacks regular access to nutritious and healthy food. It's very important that we note that vegetables, fruits, and nuts that are high in essential nutrients are often less affordable, especially in developing countries. According to nutrition experts, the accessibility of nutrient-rich perishable food, such as the vegetables, is more concerning than its availability in the short term. The 2020 report by the FAO on the state of global food security and nutrition estimates that healthy diets are unaffordable for more than 3 billion people across all regions of the world, making access to healthy diets a global problem. Distinguished guests, my fellow parliamentarians, dear participants, COVID-19 has worsened the inaccessibility of healthy and sustainable produced food, both among rural and urban populations. Marginalized and vulnerable groups such as those in food insecure regions, from low-income households, women and children, and refugees are increasingly unable to access healthy food during the pandemic. Globally, in 2020, an estimated 22% of children under 5 years of age were stunted, 6.7% were wasted, and 5.7% were overweight. There is no country that can say it's safe in terms of food insecurity. Children in rural settings and poorer households were more vulnerable to stunting and wasting, while children in urban areas and wealthier households were at a higher risk of overweight. Most children with malnutrition live in Africa and Asia. These regions account for more than 9 out of 10 of all children with stunting, more than 9 out of 10 children with wasting, and more than 7 out of 10 children who are affected by overweight worldwide. Projections are that nearly 670 million people will still be facing hunger in 2030, with 8% of the world population, which is the same as in 2015, when the 2030 agenda was launched. It's really alarming. The recent setbacks indicate that policies are no longer delivering increasing marginal returns in reducing hunger, food insecurity, and malnutrition in all its forms. Governments where the economy is fragile are also facing fiscal constraints to transform agri-food systems. This is the time for governments to start examining their current support to food and agriculture. Maybe it's the reason why we need the pact. They need our support. Call for action. PowerPoint, please. Proceed with the slide. Call for actions. We have a huge responsibilities to safeguard the right to food for our population. Please, let's go for it. We have powers. We were empowered by our own treaties at our regions, and we can do it. To increase the affordability of a healthy diet, the cost of nutritious foods must come down. The cost drivers of these diets are seen throughout the food supply chain, within the food environment, and in the political economy that shapes trade, public expenditure, and investment policies. Tackling these cost drivers will require large transformation in food system, with no one-size-fits-all solution and different trade-offs and synergies for countries. There is no single shoes that can fit, others or countries. With 2 years remaining to achieve the 2025 global nutrition targets, I may add 2023 commitment, countries will need a rebalancing of agricultural policies and incentives towards more nutrition-sensitive investment and policy actions all along the food supply chain to reduce food losses and enhance efficiencies at all stages. Nutrition-sensitive social protection policies will also be central for them to increase the purchasing power and affordability of healthy diet of the most vulnerable populations. We mentioned children, youth, women, and those are just marginalized. With 8 years remaining to end hunger, food insecurity, and all forms of malnutrition, SDGs target 2.1 and 2.2, the world is moving in the wrong direction. To meet the targets of SDG 2 by 2030, healthy diets must be delivered at lower cost to contribute to people's ability to afford them. This implies both an expansion in the supply of the nutritious foods that constitute a healthy diet and a shift in the consumption towards them. You have proposed the priorities, but since we don't have time, you just display them so that they can have a look at it, and we will talk of them later. But those priorities are proposed by EALA as an assembly. They are, for instance, top priority number 1, humanitarian development peace nexus. Please proceed with the PowerPoint. Priority number 2, scale up climate resilience. Number 3, strengthen economic resilience. Priority number 4, lower the cost of nutritious foods along food supply chain. Number 5, address poverty and inequality. And number 6, shift to sustainable consumption patterns. You will read through those priorities because they will inspire our decision in terms of supporting the pact tomorrow or brainstorming on this. As I conclude, support to agricultural production largely concentrate on staple foods. We have dairies and other animal source protein-rich foods, especially in high and upper middle income countries. Rice, sugar, and meat of various types are also the foods most incentivized. And this is worldwide. While fruit and vegetables are less supported overall, which is very important, or even sometimes penalized in some low-income countries. Trade and market interventions can act as trade barriers for nutritious food and undermining the availability and affordability of healthy diets. In many countries, fiscal subsidies have increased the availability and reduced the price of staple foods and their derivatives, discouraging and making relatively more expensive the consumption and unsubsidized or less subsidized commodities such as fruits, vegetables, and also pulses. In low-income countries, but also in some lower middle-income countries, where agriculture is key for the economy, jobs, and livelihoods, governments need to increase and prioritize expenditure for the provision of services that support food and agriculture more collectively. We need a collective effort to make sure we move forward together. This is crucial to bridge productivity gaps in the production of nutritious foods and enable income generation to improve the affordability of healthy diets, although it will require significant development financing. That's why we need to move together as a team. Thank you very much. Murakoze cyane, that is the Kinyarwanda. Shukrani, Arabic. Muchas gracias, Spanish. Obrigado. Asante, Swahili. Merci, French.
Thank you, Honorable Françoise Oumakisa, if I know how to pronounce it right. It's honestly a pleasure to be among you all member parliamentarians, ladies and gentlemen. I'm pleased to be sitting on the panel for this session, ensuring availability of and access to healthy diets for all. My name is Naveen Altari. I come from a financial background, having sat on the boards of the stock exchange. The First Lady usually to sit on a number of everything in the financial sector in Egypt, and was appointed by the President of Egypt of the 5% that he appoints to the Parliament in 2021. I am the deputy
chair of the Economic Committee at the Egyptian Parliament. And it's an honor to be here and today to share stories with my wonderful panel. So the aim of the panel is to highlight the importance of addressing malnutrition in all its forms and identifying opportunities for parliamentary action to promote the right to adequate food and guarantee access to and availability of healthy diets and better nutrition for all. Very much the subject that has been spoken of all morning and yesterday, I'm sure. I think with the what we have seen the past 2 years, it's more difficult and much more challenging to reach our goal of 2030 of eradication. So with that, let me commence by introducing our honorable minister. Today, each one will have just 5 minutes to showcase their own experiences or comments. So if I can start with Honorable Subato Cesar, if I'm again pronouncing it correctly, the Minister of Agriculture, Forestry, Fisheries, Rural Transformation, Industry and Labor, a Member of Parliament of Saint Vincent and Grenadine, talking about the Zero Hunger Trust Fund. That's a lot of things on hand, Minister. Please go ahead.
Thank you very much. It's definitely a sincere honor and a pleasure to be here to present on some of the lessons over the years garnered by St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And I wish to begin by just explaining some of the demographics of my country so that we can properly contextualize some of the efforts that we have made. My country is located in the southern Caribbean, and we have a population of 110,000 persons. In the year 2012, we openly declared, as a part of our political will, that we are going to fight to reduce hunger and undernourishment, and that we were going to establish a clear pathway to do so. And I want to thank all the international organizations, particularly the FAO, and friendly governments which encouraged us to form a parliamentary front in my country. Of course, it was not the easiest task to have a conversation whereby in a parliament that is full of controversial issues to bring together the government and the opposition, but we were able to do so. The main focus of my presentation this evening, though, it's not about the big speeches. It is not at all about the general approach towards reducing hunger and undernourishment. Because if we are of the view that writing a beautiful speech, going on a platform as a parliamentarian and projecting this, that it will create the sort of impact that we need, I think that it leaves a lot to be desired. In fact, when we analyze our recent history in our quest to reduce hunger and undernourishment, we realize that even though there were great efforts towards achieving the MDGs, that at the end of the day, we still had a lot to do. And based on the pathway that we are on, the SDGs may be grandfathered into another form of DGs. Therefore, we have to not approach this in a general sense, but to be very specific. What we did in my country, the first step was to actually identify these persons who met the characteristics for being food vulnerable. And I want to encourage and to implore persons who are here, my colleagues, that we cannot approach this in the general. We have to do both a quantitative and a qualitative analysis to identify these persons by name, by region, by family. Because we have to not only identify the areas, the regions, and the persons, but we have to put in place a particular context in order to properly address the situation. What we did in my country was to then establish a Zero Hunger Trust Fund. And the Zero Hunger Trust Fund, we decided as a government that 2 cents from every dollar made for a telephone call in the country will go towards a fund to assist with hunger and undernourishment. Since the establishment of the fund, we have received in that fund some $4 million US. And as the moderator said earlier, it is definitely not a one-size-fits-all. And each country must have an appreciation of its own idiosyncrasies, its own characteristics, and create a tailor-made approach that will work in its circumstances. I have on my delegation with me a presentation and the manager of the fund, and we can have a sidebar discussion with the manager so you can see and have a better appreciation of the legislative framework that established the fund. The achievements of the fund: we have been able to establish a school feeding program and adopt a classroom program, a support for agriculture science in secondary schools, skill training and apprenticeship for the vulnerable, and a program that facilitates golden years nutrition. We are constantly distributing food packages. There is a breakfast program in the schools, and we have trained the persons who are preparing the food in the schools in areas of food handling. And we went around the country because we recognized that there was a significant gap in nutrition in the primary schools, and we were able to rehabilitate the kitchens. In short, what we were able to do in St. Vincent and the Grenadines after our analysis was that we recognized in our context that food was available and affordable, but in many occasions it was not accessible among certain groups of persons. In fact, what we had to do was to introduce different types of culinary arts whereby persons were able to obtain the food, but they did not know exactly how to prepare the food and the different ways that the food could be prepared. We have been able to reduce hunger and undernourishment in my country significantly because we were able to create a platform that was specific. At the end of the day, I want to leave this with all of us. We have to work with our ministries of agriculture because sometimes we have a general production framework and we are of the view that if we increase production and productivity, that it is equivalent to reducing hunger and undernourishment. That is a fallacy. I encourage you, upon your return to your capitals, to take the time to continue to do the work that you have been doing, but to pay specific attention on the need for a quantitative and a qualitative analysis of your populations so that we can be specific in our approach. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Excellency Sabato Cesar, for this presentation. And with that, I will move to Honorable Ana Lila Rivera, Senator and Member of Parliament in Mexico. And she has a draft general law on adequate and sustainable food. And we look forward to hearing from you, Ana.
Es un honor para México estar representado.
It is an honor. Good afternoon. It is an honor for Mexico to be represented here today in the second summit, dealing with one of the most important topics for all humanity, hunger and malnutrition. I was about to read a speech, but I have been paying attention from the moment I arrived, and I will not. Perhaps what I am about to say may turn out to be uncomfortable, but I am compelled to state the truth, at least from my honesty, the honesty to my beliefs. We sometimes work to do, or we think we work for what every man needs, but not for what everyone greeds. But we are talking about food sovereignty and what is the independence of a nation depending on to aspire to have healthy food. If we've lost it or aspired to have it, who took it away? Producing healthy foods, whose responsibilities? Agriculture is a primary activity under crisis all over the world because it's a huge business. Solving the problem of healthy foods and healthy nutrition is about government, science, technology, distribution of wealth, every aspect of a nation. But what does it depend on? The independence of a people that finds the food, controls the people, who controls the energy, controls the governments, and whoever controls the wealth controls the world. And in my country, we import 60% of what we consume, of what we eat. And because of a free trade agreement, convinced our country to have an unfair competition, and from being a sovereign country, voluntarily we stopped producing seeds. We stopped producing inputs and raw materials and energy we never produced, technology in the past. And then we started to get in debt year after year. My country, being in possession of oil, ends up importing 80% of diesel, gas, and gas, and purchasing fertilizer from countries at war. My country is one of the countries that's more in debt to the International Monetary Fund. So we paid 800 million pesos in interest every year. It is not going to be easy to reach sovereignty that we are speaking of if we do not consider what we are talking about now. That's why, and the reason I've left my speech aside. Are we going to be the drafters of reality, or are we going to make change? Are we going to create change? I wanted to leave you with this provoking thought, as the representative earlier said when he mentioned we must break the paradigm shift and the generational thought and these links between strong market and a
Necesitamos
responsible state. We
entender que hay
need
capitales y poderes muy grandes
to understand
económicos
that
sobre este tema de la soberanía
capital
alimentaria y de la alimentación
and there
sana.
are very strong powers
eso,
involved in
en mi
healthy
país,
food and
les voy a
healthy
comentar la
nutrition.
agenda
That
que
is why
nosotros
in my
estamos
country, I will tell
para
you the
recuperar
agenda that we are
nuestra
promoting
soberanía alimentaria,
in
nuestra
order
capacidad de
to,
producir alimentación sana y
to
por supuesto
regain our
la
capability to
posibilidad de
produce
hacer
healthy
a México
foods
soberano
and
en
to
la
recover
extensión de
our
la palabra,
possibility to
porque la
make
falta de
Mexico
soberanía
sovereign
alimentaria,
again in
energética y
its
económica
in the whole
nos pone en
extension of the
riesgo incluso
word,
nuestra
because
seguridad nacional.
this
Entonces, y
economy
así
is
estamos todos,
putting
por eso lo
our
quise
national
comentar,
security at
porque
risk.
escucho los
Even that's
problemas que
why
tiene
we are.
Chile y los problemas
That's
que
how we all
tienen
are, and
otras
we
naciones y son las mismas.
are the same. I've been listening to
En
Chile's
México
problems and other
tenemos una
nations'
agenda
problems, and
que ha
they're
ido
all the
avanzando en
same. In
4 años y
Mexico, we
medio.
have an agenda
La primera agenda y la más
that's been moving
importante,
forward in 4 years and a
la
half. The
decisión
first and the
de romper
foremost
con el
agenda, the
sometimiento
decision of
de la compra
breaking
de
the
lo que es la base de nuestra
ruling
alimentación, que es el maíz.
of
El maíz hoy está
procuring
en
our
disputa
food
en el Tratado de Libre Comercio firmado por
based
México, Estados
on
Unidos y Canadá, porque promovimos una ley que
corn
declaró al maíz patrimonio
produced by Mexico
alimentario
and
y
Canada.
cultural en diversificación constante de México como un derecho humano para nuestro pueblo,
As a human right for our people,
monopolios agroalimentarios
because
codician el control de esta maravillosa semilla.
agro-food monopolies are greeting the seed, and they're selling technological packages that are very expensive. And they contaminate more and more, and they are joined by products like glyphosate, which is considered a highly cancerous product. The first urine of a baby is contaminated with glyphosate. Breast milk is contaminated with it. What kind of healthy foods can we offer if we do not end with this trade that offers earnings for so little? Because there's so much misinformation, where there are universities and scientists that do not want to provide official documents where it reads, where it's stated that the formulas for transgenics and chemicals damage the land, water, health, and life, because there are millions of dollars in between and positions. So we decided to speak up, and our president issued a decree because we decided to defend our seed, acknowledging the ancestral knowledge of our people that acknowledges a cultural value and a food heritage based in a human right. He issued a decree to forbid the import of transgenic corn for human consumption in dough and tortillas. And so now we are in an international dispute because American agriculture deny that it's damaging us, and science is keeping quiet. That's why we modified it a month ago to recover the scientific knowledge to the people, for the people. And we don't want science to be a hostage of these economic interests as it has been so far. That's why we are promoting this adequate food law, because we cannot produce them if we do not acknowledge that the land is sick. Because if we want to produce healthy foods, we need to determine what is our earth sick with, and we need to bring it back to health. That's why we are also promoting the regulation of inputs to determine how much magnesium does it need to help it with fertilizer in order to abandon the way we are creating agriculture that is damaging the earth, that cannot produce healthy foods, because we have made it addicted to an agriculture that has made it sick. That's why this food legislation has to require that we need to recover scientific knowledge. That's why we are promoting this law of knowledge and sciences. We are going to work with universities, students, and budgets in order to learn what do we need and what amounts we need to give it to the earth while we bring on the transition. We cannot forget that agriculture, the agriculture that we are using right now, has to be abandoned. It doesn't mean to end commercial trade. It means the market is being forced to suggest new technological packages that respect the life, the water, and the life of the people. We need to start focusing on businesses above all human rights. And that is the biggest opportunity, because this law also establishes to provide the small producers the local markets in a percentage with consolidated purchases. We just approved this in the Senate of the Republic of Mexico, and that in September will go to the voting in the plenary of the Senate. We need to create a mechanism to help small and medium producers, because this law establishes that we need to move on all together to an agriculture that allows us to recover air, soil, water, generous with the environment. And this law includes a diagnosis and a responsibility of the state to avoid 40% of foods being wasted in my country, and for a distribution in good condition of food in good conditions. And this is going pushed by the COFEPRIS in order to verify what foods are considered healthy, and those who want to invest in produce food need to stop producing trash foods, fast foods. Then that's what a general law of foods adequate and sustainable, of having the value, the courage, as Octavio Paz would say, with the philanthropic achievement. We need to be brave and face these interests, because in this world, everything became merchandise, a commodity, and we cannot go back to that after the pandemic and to still be the same human beings. We are out of time. We don't have any more time. We either move forward and defend human life as a world right, or will be witnesses of the worst genocide in the history of the world. It's not wars that kill with bullets, but those that kill with hunger and disease. Thank you.
Time to her parliament, so we should be very proud of her passion.
Estamos
Now I am introducing Honorable Kadil M. Sonolending, JR, member of the Parliament of Philippines, a physician, ophthalmologist by profession, and has served in the Philippines Autonomous Region in the Muslim Mindanao for now 9 years, the Health and Regional Nutrition Director. And with that, please help me welcome His Excellency.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Excellencies, greetings of peace. Assalamu alaikum, buenas tardes, good afternoon to honorable members of parliaments from all over the world, and to delegates in this prestigious second Global Parliamentary Summit against hunger and malnutrition in the beautiful city of Valparaiso, Chile. Can you click this slide, please? Let's go ahead slow. Next slide, please. Okay, it's not working. We'll proceed then. This is the first time a member of the parliament from the Bangsamoro region joined the World Forum. And please bear with me as I introduce you to my region. With almost 40% of the population living below poverty threshold. Next slide. Brought by endless wars, displacements, economic collapse, and lack of development, it potentiates the difficulties of the archipelagic geography of the Bangsamoro region in southern Philippines. Bordering Malaysia, Indonesia, and Brunei, the Bangsamoro people share common tradition, culture, religion, and lifestyle. Next slide. In the local level, in 2015, with almost half of children below 10 years old suffering from stunting, malnutrition is a serious business in our region. Atrocities of protracted war hindered development for the last 50 years. And for 5 years now, we enjoy the dividends of peace. Next slide. In the local level of the original 5 provinces of the region, 2 provinces, Lanao del Sur and Maguindanao, posted the highest number of stunted children, with 49% and 45.6% respectively. They are all in a very high level according to WHO standard. Next slide. Since then, serious national level interventions was implemented, pursuing peace process alongside national health and nutrition programs. It is prayed that the picture shall change for the better the soonest time possible. Next slide. On the regional level, we have drafted and crafted regional plans, policies, and measures to mitigate hunger and malnutrition by strengthening regional security and nutrition, and with the help of our various government agencies, including local and international NGO partners. FAO of the United Nations is one of them. Next slide. It's not working again. As a legislator, aside from addressing other pressing issues concerning health, population and development, senior citizens, and people with disabilities welfare, I have proposed measures with prejudice to nutrition and health after being sworn to office last year. Fully supportive and prime advocate of health and nutrition in the Bangsamoro region, I was taunted as the Moro nutrition doctor. Next slide, please. The result of the intervention is astounding. In a matter of 4 years, while serving as the regional nutrition officer, there was a steep decline in the malnutrition rate, specifically in stunting. With 6.1% reduction in a matter of 4 years, some say it is statistically impossible, but it is what it is. It is the data from the official Philippine government survey. Next slide. Sadly, the 39% that you can see in the graph represents 242,000 children that can still be saved with proper and timely interventions. With the recent pandemic, we are aware of its tremendous impact on the vulnerable aspect of our society, our sector, the vulnerable one, and we are still recovering from it. In conclusion, despite the initial very high poverty rate, recently we have reduced the poverty level with the increasing number as the highest growth rate in terms of food production in agriculture and fisheries, and that may have contributed in the double-digit reduction of poverty incidence. Stunting rate was significantly reduced as well. Next slide. Alone, it is impossible to address our pressing concerns. That is why we need multi-stakeholders to invest in peace, invest in development, and invest in the Bangsamoro region. With you, we shall never go astray, inshallah. In behalf of the Bangsamoro people of the Philippines, shukran, muchas gracias. Thank you for your kind attention.
Thank you very much for your great presentation, and shukran. With that, let me introduce Honorable Frank Moses Moyo, Second Deputy Speaker of Parliament of Zambia, and with a lot of introduction that I would like you to introduce. Chairperson of the Parliamentary Reforms and Modernization Committee, and will speak about the universal access to health, diets, and perspective from Zambia. Thank you.
Thank you. Just like she said, my name is Moses Frank Moyo from Zambia, Africa, the southern part of Africa, with a population of 18 million people. We're a land-linked country. We don't have a seaport, and the most peaceful country in Africa, and also home to the wonderful Victoria Falls. Honorable members, representatives from food and agriculture organization and other international organizations present, ladies and gentlemen. At the outset, let me state that I'm grateful for this privilege of sharing my country, and in particular, the National Assembly of Zambia's experience regarding parliamentary oversight on policies and programs for universal access to health diets. Distinguished delegates, you may be aware, as of 2020, about 1.3 billion people globally did not have access to safe, nutritious, and sufficient food. The situation deteriorated further due to the health and socio-economic impact of COVID-19. The experts have observed that if the recent trend continues, the number of people affected by hunger would surpass 840 million by 2030. In the case of Zambia, the National Health and Strategic Plan for the period 2022-2026 reviews that the country faces a triple burden on malnutrition, manifesting as both under and overnutrition, as well as micro deficiencies. The situation in my country has called for urgent action from all actors, including Parliament, which has a critical role to play to ensuring the availability and access of health diets for all. Distinguished delegates, you may wish to note that Zambia has recognized the need to ensure the availability of and access to health diet as a key enabler to the realization of the country's developmental agenda. In this regard, allow me to mention some of the policies and programs the government of the Republic of Zambia has put in place to promote access to health foods. Number one, the National Vision 2030, which has articulated the country's vision for a well-nourished and healthy population by 2030, supporting goals and targets. Number 2, the 8th National Development Plan 2022 to 2026, under of its strategies, seeks to enhance the nutrition status of Zambians through programs such as scaling up nutrition and supplementation and micronutrition, fortification, among others. Number 3, the National Food and Nutrition Policy of 2006, which seeks to achieve sustainable food and nutrition security and to eliminate all forms of malnutrition in order to have a well-nourished and healthy population that can effectively contribute to national economic development. Number 4, the Farmer Input Support Program, which was introduced in 2002 as a subsidy to supply agriculture inputs to support vulnerable but viable small-scale farmers as a way of contributing to the increased household food security and income for the farmers. Number 5, the social cash transfer, which is aimed at reducing extreme poverty and the intergenerational transfer of poverty among vulnerable groups. By the end of 2022, the beneficiaries had reached 1,027,000. Number 6, the school feeding program, which was introduced in 2003 to help learners who might not have access to health meals. Distinguished delegates, at parliamentary level, the National Assembly of Zambia has played a critical role in creating an enabling environment in achieving health diets. In terms of legislation, the Parliament has enacted various pieces of legislation, such as the Food and Nutrition Act number 3 of 2020, which provides for implementation of national food and nutrition policies and programs, and the National Food and Nutrition Commission. Distinguished delegates, allow me to share with you some of the oversight actions undertaken by the National Assembly of Zambia aimed at promoting food security and health diet. Number 1, in 2016, the Parliamentary Committee on Health, Community Development, and Health Services scrutinized the implementation and coordination of Zambia's nutrition policy and interventions. In its report to the House, the committee urged the government to expedite the review process of the Food and Nutrition Act of 1967 and to present a bill in Parliament as soon as possible. A few years later, in 2018, no progress had been made on the matter. The committee, in reviewing its progress on its recommendation, again urged the government to act on the matter. Finally, in 2020, the bill was presented to Parliament and the Food and Nutrition Act number 3 of 2020 was enacted. Number 2, in June 2018, the Committee on Health, Community Development, and Health Services considered a topic, progress and update on the social cash transfer program in Zambia. As part of this program of work, the committee conducted a public hearing on one of its local tours. It was learned that there was general dissatisfaction over the services provided by the implementers of the cash social transfer, particularly the inadequacy of the amount that was paid. In its report to the House, the committee urged the government to address the many concerns raised by the beneficiaries of the social cash transfer. In October 2018, the House interrogated a ministerial statement by the Vice President on alleged misuse and misapplication of funds under the social cash transfer program. In addition, in responding to a question from a member on the floor of the House on measures the government was taking to improve the social feeding program in primary schools, the Minister of Education stated that the Ministry of Education had established a directorate for managing the school health nutrition program in all schools, to which a total budget of 39 million kwacha, approximately $2 million, was allocated in 2022. Number 4, in January 2021, the Committee on Agriculture, Lands and Natural Resources considered a report by the Auditors General on the efficiency, effective, and sustainability of the irrigation projects in Zambia implemented by the Ministry of Agriculture between 2015 and 2019. The committee scrutinized the report in recognition of the key role that irrigation plays in achieving food security, adapting to climate change, multiplying household income, and alleviating rural poverty. Similarly, in 2021, the committee considered a topic titled "The Fishing Industry in Zambia, Opportunities and Challenges." In a quest to help address the challenges facing the fisheries subsector so as to enable it contribute to the dietary needs of the country, in December 2021, members interrogated the policy statement by the Minister of Education in support of the 2022 budget for the ministry. As part of the statement, the minister reported to the House regarding how the ministry utilized the 2021 budget, among other things. The minister reported that his ministry scaled up the feeding program from 39 districts in 2020 to 79 districts in 2021, where 1.7 learners were benefiting from the program. Number 6, in February 2023, a member of parliament from a rural constituency asked the Minister of Fisheries and Livestock whether the government had any plans to introduce subsidies for fish farmers under the Farmers Input Support Program. In response, the minister informed the House that the government had plans to broaden farmer support program to introduce subsidies to fish farmers across the country. The minister stated that the initiative would be implemented in a phased manner starting 2023 to 2024 farming season. Distinguished delegates, my presentation has demonstrated through its oversight function that parliamentarians have a critical role to play in providing an oversight on policies and programs aimed at ensuring availability and access to health diets. It is my sincere hope that you've benefited from this presentation. I thank you all.
Thank you very much, Honorable Frank Moses Moya, for your presentation. And I think I am missing Honorable Giero Flores, the Guatemalan Member of Parliament. Not here. Okay. You could not come. Okay. So, and we have I think we have a presentation that we will put on for the Honorable Zhen Heng Li, the Chairman of the 14th Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee of the National People's Congress, People's Republic of China. So I think it's a video on food security and nutrition in China, the efforts and contribution. Right? I hope. Well, if I'm being misled, then that's fine. I can always give you my own presentation. Huh?
We have a video?
We have a video, supposedly.
We have Jairo Flores from Guatemala in the Zoom.
Okay, that's what I was asking.
Yeah.
It says here it's he's present, so if it's okay, then we start with him. Okay, yes, please.
Yes.
So now we're back to Guatemala. I'm glad he's available and he's.
Jairo Flores, coordinador del Frente
Parlamentario de Guatemala, coordinator of the Parliament. I'm a member of the Parliament of Guatemala. Pleasure to be with you. I would have loved to be there. However, I look with much optimism the summit, but also the forum that was held recently. Before my presentation, I would like to talk about some matters related to hunger and malnutrition. I would like to thank the cooperation from Spain, ESIR, and the director, because the coordination work, which is the coordination for Latin America and the Caribbean, I found those doors absolutely open, and they were completely available to work with their cooperation. And of course, also because we have achieved many advances hand in hand with our collaboration from Spain, and they have contributed for the elaboration of this task. I would like to greet Elia Morillas, Miriam Ciscar, and Hag, Ana Regina Segura, a friend and colleague with whom I was able to talk and create different activities and actions pro combat of hunger and malnutrition. I would like to greet FAO Chile and Luis Lobos because of their great work with this activity today. I would like to tell you that in my country, Guatemala, the task of the combat of hunger and malnutrition, 46% of children in Guatemala are suffering from some level of malnutrition, so it's a great task for us. And as a parliamentarian in Guatemala, we have taken it very seriously, very responsibly. We have faced this with our hearts open and the best disposition to do things right. We have talked about many legislations, but I would like to mention one that has had great results, which is the school nutrition. We managed to program this and recover it because it was filed already, and it benefits 2,300 children from my country. When we started talking about this law, we had to convince a lot of Congress people about the importance of this law, not only to approve it, but to assign, to allocate a budget to it that would allow us to put it in place. And within that budget, we had to hear no, the rejection from one of the ministers, because he determined the budget was not available. So we thought it was also necessary to create an analysis of the budgets of the nation, and we allocated the budget, removing budget from institutions that were not executing their tasks and that had not had good results on previous years, and also removing budget from institutions that only had the funds in bank accounts, and when the state is not savings entity. So now we have a school nutrition law working in the entire country. We have improved it, and we recently managed to create a recent increase to the budget that was approved for the law, but now we have to work on its infrastructure and to allocate resources so we have the right infrastructure to cook this food for the children in the schools. This law has been an example for different countries in Latin America and the Caribbean. Why the example? Because it has showed us how we can feed the children in a way that allows the same, because the food allows the kids to stay in school as well. These are joined by other actions, which is the inspection, which means to watch, to oversight that the children are receiving the food. It means to make sure that the budget is being received in a timely manner in the schools in order to provide the food for the children. We have conducted these inspections in every school in the law of agriculture and small family agriculture and every law in the country. I would like to thank for the technical support, economic support, and all the support we have had aside from the Spanish cooperation and the different companies. And I would like to take this moment to thank for the confidence that the trust that has been put in me to coordinate all these programs. It's been an honor for me to do this. I did it with my heart, and I will continue to work on this important matter that is not only in my mind, but also in my heart. Have a nice day.
Thank you very much for this excellent presentation, and short and precise. I think with our last speaker, it's a video message, which I hope we can put from the Republic of China. Honorable Zheng Li, the Vice Chairman of the 14th Agriculture and Rural Affairs Committee of the Congress of the National Peoples of China.
各位与会代表，大家好，我是中国全国人大农业与农村委员会副主任委员李继恒，很高兴出席今天的会议，与大家共同探讨粮食安全这一重要议题。近年来，受疫情严峻、经济下行、极端天气、地缘冲突等因素影响，全球粮食安全面临新的挑战，需国际社会共同应对。在此，我提出3点建议：一是坚持多边主义，采取全球协调一致的应对措施，保障全球粮食供应链通畅，支持联合国中心协调作用，支持联合国粮农组织、农法基金、世界粮食计划署等国际组织的工作。二是树立人类命运共同体意识，倡导和平、发展、合作、共赢理念，坚决反对将粮食问题政治化、工具化、武器化。主要粮食生产和进出口国需减少贸易和技术壁垒，
positive for this to diminish the difficulties in all the countries should conduct oversights from their markets and to develop their markets and support the countries, developing countries, and the development of this chains. In developed countries that support the markets with technology and funds to produce more food for everyone. Congress people, for China, this is a very important matter. It's very important for China. We can that everyone can have the healthy food for everyone. Throughout the years, the production of China is about 6 million tons. The inhabitants of China have improved their quality of life, and they have improved their legislation, ensured their land, and they will continue with their laws for the use of the soil and the health of them. To create a legal framework that ensures food and healthy foods and offers support from China. In 2022, 2022 in China, there was a declaration for food, for the right of food. And this is the biggest country with programs of this kind. In China, in their governance, with different entities and different political areas to solve the parliamentarian issues, to manage to achieve the objectives of 2023. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Yongying Lee. And with that, I think we finished our 6 presentations and interesting case studies to help us frame the topic from a distinct perspective from participants from around the different regions. Now, I'd like to open the floor for a plenary discussion, but I would like to invite you to share your experiences from your own regions. We already have 2 interventions that have already. It's too late. We have a member of the European Parliament, so well, if there's no time, maybe we can. Who is okay? Can we just close at that? Okay, I want to thank you all very much, and maybe we can share our experiences together without having to do the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that really very interesting panel. And as we are waiting for the head of the table, the Deputy Carolina Marzan, I would just like to call the members of the next panel to the table. Or let me check if we have a break. Break? Okay, so we do have a break right now. And at what time do we come back? Okay, so we have a break. It will allow us to stretch our legs and to have something, have a little rest, because we do have another panel coming up, which is going to be extremely interesting. So please have a little rest, stretch your legs, and I'll see you here in 15 minutes. 15 minutes sharp, so that we can start the last panel of the session. Thank you. Inicio a la última sesión del día de hoy. S'il vous plaît.
The last session of the day.
So before we start the session, I'd like to make an announcement. So right after the session, 7:30, we have the buses leaving directly from here to a reception in a very special place. So at 7:30, we'll get on the buses to go to that reception. That's announcement number one. Announcement number two is that tomorrow morning, the lists of the transport for the airport will be ready. And so people who would like to know about their transport to the airport can come to the secretariat out there. Thank you.
Your Excellencies, my fellow members of Parliament, honorables, invited guests, dear participants, with all protocols observed, good evening. Good evening. On the onset now, we will start our last session today, which refers to a central aspect to achieve more efficient, sustainable, resilient, and inclusive agri-food systems. Gender gaps in food and nutrition security. In this session, we will learn about important legislative cases from Spain, the Community of West African States, the Pan-African Parliament, Morocco, Chile, and Paraguay. Initiating this session, I would like to introduce the Honorable Nino Tilosani, Chairperson of the Parliament Permanent Council for Gender Equality and Member of Parliament from Georgia. I would also like to introduce the moderator of the session, Ms. Ignacia Fernandez, Undersecretary of Agriculture of Chile. Please, I beg your attention. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, ending hunger and malnutrition is among the greatest challenges humanity faces, and unfortunately, despite our joint efforts, challenges are still significant. Regrettably, women and girls are especially vulnerable to food insecurity due to the close relationship between food insecurity and gender inequality. In 2019, FAO estimated that more than 2 billion people suffered from moderate and severe forms of food insecurity, with women and girls accounting for 60% of these persons. Paradoxically, in the global agricultural sector, nearly 37% of the workforce is comprised of women, highlighting the unique role women play in the food value chain. They play a key part in production and post-harvest operations, including sorting, processing, and sorting food in different regions around the world. Despite playing such a significant role, women and girls face disproportionate challenges in accessing adequate and nutritious food. This is mainly determined by outdated social and cultural norms, which lead to limited access to productive resources such as land, credit, and technologies, which impedes women's ability to grow and earn sustainable income. For example, in Georgia, women are primarily responsible for cultivating family-owned properties. However, this has limited impact on their economic and social standing because of the following factors. Women typically perform unpaid labor. 46% of the self-employed women work for free on family farms or in family businesses, while the figures in men is only 14%. It is less common for women to own agricultural or non-agricultural land. According to data, the proportion of male agricultural land owners is significantly higher than that of female land owners, which are 32%. Regarding the gender distribution of agricultural land owned by households, 80% of the total area is owned by men, while women own just 19%. Widespread social standards that frequently limit women's inheritance rights, not under legislation but under existing traditions, is yet another factor. Therefore, women have limited access to real estate owned by both their biological family and their husbands or their family. Furthermore, women have restricted access to finance and credit products due to this practice. This inequality prolongs a cycle of poverty and restricts women and girls' access to nutritious food. In addition to having an impact on the lives of specific people, the gender gap in food security and nutrition also hinders the development and prosperity of our society as a whole. We policymakers, along with the private sector, civil society, and all the other relevant stakeholders, all have a special responsibility in promoting gender equality to bridge the gender gap in food security. Though doing so, we should use multi-phased approach. We have to prioritize the empowerment of women by providing them with relevant policy mechanisms, such as special programs for women in agriculture, quotas in programs supporting economic growth, systematic land registrations, which under practice we see that the disbalance with women not registered lands is compensated under these programs, providing women with elementary infrastructure, access to water, internet, public transportation. All this will promote equal access to resources, including land rights, access to finance, access to technology. Meanwhile, we must challenge harmful cultural norms and stereotypes. Most importantly, we need to invest in comprehensive education that promotes nutrition, health, and gender equality. The gender gap in food security and nutrition is a major challenge that we must address urgently. It not only affects the lives of women and girls, but also hinders the progress of our society. By empowering women and challenging stereotypes, we can create a more equitable and prosperous future for our generations. Thank you very much.
Muy buenas tardes nuevamente a todos y a todas. Me complace muchísimo estar aquí esta tarde para poder moderar este panel sobre brechas de género en la seguridad alimentaria y la
on
nutrición.
gender gaps in food security and nutrition. I would now like to request on all panelists to be here and approach the panel here up front. Is it possible so that we can have a better transition from presentation to presentation? As that happens, I would like to tell you that this panel's objective is to deepen the gender gap and discrimination against women and children, which exacerbates hunger and malnutrition, as well as to analyze and identify the actions of parliamentary action in the context of hunger eradication and promotion to adequate right to food and more sustainable and resilient systems. Without further ado, and to move on with our presentations, I would like to continue with the order as it's proposed in our agenda. So we'll start with Mrs. Elena Diego, joining us virtually. She's the former senator in two legislatures and member of the Commission for Development of the Senate in Spain, and currently developing in the parliamentary area and counselor of the International Affairs of the Interministry of Health, and she will now share on the road towards an Ibero-American and Caribbean Parliamentary Alliance and Pact for Zero Hunger and Gender Equality. Greetings from Spain. It's a pleasure for me to participate, even if remotely, in this second summit. In the second parliamentary summit, where all of us who engage are parliament members from every part of the world, from different parts of the world, working in alliance and jointly and in coordination in order to fight hunger and malnutrition all over the world and against food insecurity, regardless of the place it's happening, and also adding the importance of working towards the compliance with the SDG number 2, zero hunger around the world, keeping in mind that if we do not reach SDG number 5, we will not be able to eliminate food insecurity and malnutrition globally. It is an honor to speak to you about this big project that very soon will suppose for Latin America and the Caribbean the creation of the Ibero-American and Caribbean Parliamentary Alliance and Pact for Zero Hunger and Gender Equality, which makes the work evident, and it's absolutely necessary in order to reach the goals that could contribute with solutions for everyone, so that we can share and implement in our legislation in different countries. The Ibero-American Alliance will mean the transfers, the change in our way of working in alliance and in coordination, back and forth from the different parliaments in the Latin American and Caribbean region, including Portugal and Spain, that are in the European region. It is made evident then that it is possible to work in coordination, that alliances are feasible and necessary, and in many cases are also urgent. I believe this summit is the post-COVID summit and the post-Ukraine war summit, the largest part of the world that most of us knew it was there, but when the world started, we realized how powerful its impacts were and how dangerous for the rest of the world, but most particularly for some regions. So I believe that the outcomes of this pact and alliance and of this world, this global summit of parliament members, must carry the work that we have been conducting with the parliamentary fronts of Latin America and the Caribbean, along with the Spanish cooperation that will end up in the creation of over 80 and the enactment of over 80 laws, regulations that cannot be set back, and that now the parliamentarians can work jointly and achieve a legislative achievement that is absolutely necessary and urgent in several other regions. But it is key to me to speak about other values that the Ibero-American Alliance brings. In this back and forth cooperation of parliamentarians of different regions, this so needed alliances of the 2030 agenda forces us to reach our SDG number 17,
carry on the essential challenge of that supposes something new with the work of the Congress people of the world, but the work of all the institutions that are committed with the 2030 agenda, governments and Congress people. Because from the first moment when we started driving this, we knew that if the ODS number 2 is not being worked along number 5, it's impossible to reach zero hunger in the world for several reasons. First, because we believe women are the engine, the drivers that we have around the world to face the negative effects of this scourge, which is hunger and malnutrition, but also because we are stakeholders, passive and also active. Passive, as I've said previously, it is true that, as an example, rural women are the ones with the highest amount of problems. Something as simple as owning the land we work on is something that we haven't reached yet. And if we don't get to that landmark of women being able to own the land they work on, is very difficult that we can actually work on that land to be able to work for the common good and eradicate malnutrition and poverty, especially hunger. So we are the ones who somehow are being especially affected by the situation. The health of women, I mean, we have diseases that are part of our nature and that cannot put us in a more vulnerable situation. It is unacceptable. We cannot take it. So it's absolutely necessary that all the public health policies for women are joined to this challenge that is the ODC2. So we also have to acknowledge that women who are empowered and have the privilege to be in institutions, parliaments, cannot work on our own. And we cannot leave other women alone around the world and their children, because one of the things that affects women around the world because of malnourishment affects directly the way we mother. And we need to be key stakeholders in this struggle to reach the SDG number 2 and number 5. Yesterday in the forum of one of the parliament members from Mexico said something very important, that hunger creates violence. And that is very true. Nobody can say something different than that. That is the truth. But it's also true, and it's also a reality, that violence creates more hunger, more malnourishment, and more problems, especially for women and children. Because for us, who are the ones who look after of Mother Earth, the world, the more vulnerable our children and the elder, it is necessary to remove the violence that's being held against us. Only stopping the scourge of violence, gender violence, in any place in the world, we can stop vulnerability and the problems that are hunger and malnourishment around the world and food insecurity. So in this little time that I have and that I have had to get close to you, that and to the men who are more and more working along with us So the SDG2 will not be possible if we do not reach the SDG 5 from here, from Spain. You have senators from the Parliamentary Alliance for the Right of Food Security and of the fronts of Latin America, the Caribbean, and Portugal. And I hope because of the work we are conducting in this summit, we're going to meet in any other region around the world and we'll be able to work together and to manage to get this scourge that is installed everywhere in the world can be totally overcome. Only with Congress people, parliament members like you, it will be possible because it goes above all. This fight we share. Thank you very much. Big hugs from Spain, and I wish you the best for this second summit and for the result of it. See you soon. Thank you very much.
Agradecemos a la señora Diego. Y ahora quiero presentar al honorable
Thank you, Ms. Diego. Now I will give you Honorable Deputy Abdoulaye Bilan. He's the president of the ECOWAS network of parliamentarians of West Africa on gender equality and investment in agriculture and food security. And he will give us a talk on his experience of the ECOWAS network on action on gender.
Madame la Présidente et chères sœurs du Présidium, chers co-intervenants, honorables députés, très chers invités, experts, collaborateurs techniques et administratifs, Mesdames, Messieurs les représentants de la FAO, je voudrais, à ce moment précis, avant d'en venir au corps de mon propos, formuler une proposition. Nous sommes réunis ici, au Chili, et nous avons tous constaté, au-delà de l'hospitalité, au-delà de l'engagement des autorités de ce beau pays, nous avons pu constater qu'ils ont relevé le défi de l'initiative.
We have realized that they are facing the challenge of the initiative and the challenge of the practical organization. And we have to face the challenge of operational proposals and to multiply everyone in the region, parliament, countries. So I would like to invite us all to work on what we have left of this summit, a strong will to reach conclusions that will change the world after this summit. Because the world and humanity have lived many hardships, and never in humanity, in the story of humanity, level of knowledge, technology, and interaction among the peoples has provided a more favorable outlook. So I would like to thank even more the authorities of Chile, the government, and of course the parliament members. We are absolutely sure that you know where your country is right now in this matters. And I would like to congratulate FAO. And I would like my suggestion, my proposal to be the one from Africa, and that the next summit is developed in African land. We have challenges to face, but I would also like for the different delegations of Africa to meet with all the parties in order to define what country can volunteer and receive the summit. Of course, my country cannot propose Senegal or Nigeria because they host several other organizations. But the main point is that it could be in Rwanda, Zambia, in any other country where Africans can agree to develop the third summit. Ladies and gentlemen, at this point, each one of us we have harvested good ideas from what we have heard this morning. So I'm here as the president of the AO for Gen ECOWAS.
Sur l'égalité de genre au niveau de la CEDEAO et les investissements dans l'agriculture et la sécurité alimentaire.
So, at the level of the CAO and the investment of agriculture and food security, I have the great pleasure of participating on the fight against inequality between men and women, consecrated in the Second World Summit against hunger and malnutrition. And I would like to highlight that our delegation is known by its parity. And in the name of this delegation, in behalf of this delegation, I would like to say that our first mission is to offer our members a framework that allows through several activities, the exchange and with other political representatives because they come from these parties, the directors, the leaders of the civil society, because we need to count on them in these times of democracy, and we exchange opinions with agricultural organizations. We don't forget about the youth. We usually say that the future of humanity is considering the youth. And we need to find the movement, the good seed that would allow us to produce good fruits. This summit is a great opportunity for us to remember that together we need to be aware of the essential role of the congresspeople of all the world in the promotion of food security and nutrition, so as of the gender equality and empowerment of women in our role in adopting laws, in our functions of control of public policies and the commitments with the government. We have the possibility to oversee that the fight against inequality, the fights against hunger and malnutrition are a part of the political agendas, national and regional agendas all around the world, in order to create food systems that are more efficient, inclusive and resilient, sustainable, and to face the challenges of the goal of zero hunger. It is important to acknowledge the role of the women as stakeholders, and we need to remark that equality between men and women is not only a goal, but it's necessary for justice, and to reinforce the capability of production of women, especially in rural areas, becomes an urgent need. And I would like to add that it is also the case for the inclusion of the youth. They are the future of humanity, and the future starts now. This means several initiatives and to establish different alliances to offer women equal access to public resources, to inputs, financial services, agricultural trainings. In my country, parity is always applied, and the law says that it has to be applied in every area. Women have to be considered in every part of the chain of value, and we have to go beyond all the obstacles to participate the same as men in food decision. Congressmen and parliament members play a key role when created an environment in the transformation of rural areas and to promote an inclusive governance that considers gender and in the agro-food system and the creation of the value chains. This implies the right to food, the nutrition for everyone, and the adoption of specific regulations related to the process of the food chain. I repeat, along the same lines, the particular importance of facilitating equal access to healthy diets for everyone. And as a parliament member, we want to benefit from this summit, and with the members of my delegation, we want to share our experiences with other parliament members and look for solutions at a global level under the framework of the common goal of ending gender inequality between men and women in Africa and reaching food equality, food security, and the transformation of rural areas. I would like to highlight that the Constitution supports women in rural areas, and that it's very important for them to be a part of the Constitution and the right to equality between men and women, the right to non-discrimination based on gender. We acknowledge and we stand for the introduction of a legislation that guarantees the right for women to have the right nourishment and to end discrimination based on gender and other social factors. Several states in the area from the CDAO have developed legal frameworks to guarantee the rights of rural women and laws created for gender equality and sectorial legalization. In Mali, equal access to land, the participation of land in the sector of fishing in Green Cape, the activity in the forest, the role of the parliament members is essential. At the beginning of 2023, Sierra Leone adopted a historical law for the rights of women, consecrating the right of women to financing, to employment opportunities, and equality in income and political representation.
The legal representation is there, but the legal disparity continues. Despite all, it is necessary to set forth effective mechanisms of profitability that allow to guarantee an effective startup of this. Dear colleagues of the Parliament, we thank you. Thanks to the FAO and thanks to the Oxfam. Thanks for the ones that promoted us, that helped us in the development of the network. All your support has allowed us to conduct several activities, among which first we have a visit Rwanda in 2019, a little before COVID, in order to learn good best practices in matters of policies and also responding to the different policies. We've held multiple seminars remotely because of COVID, but we didn't want to decelerate this project, and in lieu of the goal of zero hunger and in light of other goals on gender, and to reinforce the capacities of forums in Nigeria, in Senegal, in Sierra Leone, and Togo, in other countries. Little by little, as an oil spot expands, we want to expand our work, continue successfully. We are reinforcing, as many other parliamentarians, the need to introduce laws to guarantee women in food, appropriate food, to put an end to all forms of discrimination based on gender or other social factors. We commit to make more efforts to decrease, to fill the gap between men and women, and to adopt measures to decrease discrimination between men and women by creating model laws, different regulations, and support women and children and including them in the decision-making processes. We are taking this opportunity to call the international community so that the contribution in the CDAO network, where we have several means of communication, we have media that will allow us to work on our domestic resources and to expand and to gather more people to fill in the gap and bring water, fresh water, because the water is underground in most of these countries, so we see the benefit of mobilizing resources. So we are committing now strongly to have more actions, more measures which applied effectively worldwide in the different parliaments will make this into a solemn commitment. Dear Parliament members of the entire world, politicians, it is the time to share our experiences and unite to find collaboration globally, internationally, so as to make a contribution that's effective to meet the Sustainable Development Goals. I would like to talk to you about my personal experience. I'm the president of this department, of this agency. I am the president and vice president of the Council of Administration of the university. And as you know, in Senegal, we find the area that is host of the university and the School of Agriculture. And we want to train students better and achieve a global synergy for these policies and gain a better perspective in considering water is so expensive, as you well know, in Africa and the entire continent, as in countries around the world, there is an ambiguous sense about this, and if it doesn't rain now, water will be polluted as well. What are we doing at the department level? We have different pumps so that the underground water can be used. Can be used for women and children, and this is feasible. I'm a farmer as well, and I have cattle at home. Everyone knows about this. This was an idea. Why not make edible leaves a part of the sovereignty food? Including seeds and fruit, and now we think that in light of this experiences, and while Russia and Ukraine are at war, we think Africa must hold its fate in its hands to set the conditions for its food autonomy, and will eat what we produce. Those are the examples that I wanted to share with you, and thank you for your kind attention. Thank you for the attendance. Obrigado, shukran, merci beaucoup.
Muchas gracias, agradecemos al señor Vilán. Y a continuación,
thank you so much. We appreciate Mr. Milan for his presentation, and now we will give the floor to Mr. Hassan Maru, member of the Pan-African Parliament since 2018, where he is the rapporteur on the Committee on Agriculture and Rural Economic Development and Food Security. He will be referring to the gender mainstreaming in recently adopted FSN framework law and the draft framework law on gender.
Donc, à l'instar de mon collègue de la CEDEAO, à notre tour, représentant le Parlement panafricain,
I'd like to thank my colleagues first and greet everyone. In the Pan-African Parliament, we wish that from now until the next session, the next summit, we can work and then have the next summit in Africa. I am extremely grateful for the Chilean people and their welcome in such a beautiful country, a thriving country, that we have heard from so much. wonderful things, and thanks to FAO for giving us the opportunity of visiting their wonderful country. On behalf of the President of the Pan-African Parliament, Dipti Gandera, who could not be here, I would like to thank the organizers and FAO, and once again, I would like to thank China and everyone for welcoming us in the summit and for its success. Distinguished participants and friends in your respective capacities, once again, thank you. Thank you for honoring us and for allowing us to exchange our views on the Pan-African law and the framework law on gender. With its draft, we have now, with the Pan-African strategy, open the platform to discuss questions that are so key, that are taking us to discuss nutrition, integrated in the policies of shared values in the African states, such as the rights of man, democracy, good governance, and development with goals and in the 2030 agenda. Pan-African Parliament has as a mandate to comply with this benefits Union on measures against hunger and malnutrition. The Pan-African government and the parliament, with its new protocol, will have to assume this legislative power to contribute more efficiently in the control and improvements of healthy programs, nutrition. Hoping for the arrival of this new protocol, the Pan-African Parliament, to the extent its mandate can do, is proposing framework laws on security, food security, adopting the ordinary session of the Pan-African session in November in 2022. This regulation sets the main legislative puzzle pieces on the table regarding food and nutrition, favoring healthy nutrition. This conceptually will serve for the 2030 goals achievement and for the African states in the appropriate jurisdiction to guarantee the access to food in a way that is more accepted, with permanent agreements in this area, with the resources that are aligned with it, that favor coordination and coherence of the policies among the different stakeholders and agencies committed to end malnutrition. Please allow me to stop for a moment about this framework law. distinguished participants. This framework law on malnutrition as the tangible result between the Pan-African Parliament and FAO. We have cooperation since 2017, which allowed to reinforce all the efforts of the members of the Pan-African Parliament and lead them to the highest level of the political agendas. The setup of this alliance, the African Alliance on Food Security and Nutrition, as instrument in favor of the promotion and implementation of legislation throughout levels, the promotion and integration of food security and nutrition within the legal national framework of African countries, in particular in the budget and strategy of the nation. It is thanks to this parliamentary cooperation that the Pan-African plenary session in 2018 allowed for the creation of a framework on food security. This law, this bill, that after COVID-19 was worked on by the Parliament, resistant through different consultation processes and with the different parties involved, working regionally and nationally, and with this Pan-African commitment in 2022 on healthy nutrition and food security, it is noteworthy to say that the aspiration is to treat political frameworks that are freely conceived by nations in Africa, keeping in mind, like globally, the legal security, the legal system in most of the African countries are coming from a tradition that is the heritage of the English-speaking countries, and then this framework law is quite sensitive to the nuances of having regulation that is our own and is inspired by nearly 115 acts of 130 countries, and these framework laws with different innovations that can be closely analyzed. The technical matters and the rights of privilege of subjects and the state jurisdiction and other actors are involved in this, and the governance in matters of production and distribution of food are insufficient. The technical governance in the aspect of food nutrition and food security and nutrition must be ruled by two or more texts. The needed flexibility to adapt to the new needs and context of different countries must be taken into consideration, and the project presents the following advantages. The provision of legal regional tools to guarantee access to food, securing the food under different laws with a scope based on the rights of humans, addressing what we're going to develop in a few moments. It also addresses the rights and responsibilities
Il prévoit également des mécanismes de redevabilité non seulement de l'État et de ses
of everyone under
mais
this
aussi des
act,
entités non étatiques.
not
Concernant la prise en
only
compte de
within the
l'aspect
state
genre,
and the
la
structure,
loi
but
type
within
qui s'était
institutions,
déjà fait
considering
différents
this
principes
framework
directeurs
law
visant à éliminer ou sinon à réduire la disparité entre hommes et femmes quant à la sécurité alimentaire et nutritionnelle.
try to eliminate the disparity.
Les principes de participation,
This is about the principles of
vise à assurer la
participation,
participation libre, équitable, éclairée, pleine et effective de toutes les parties prenantes, notamment les femmes, les hommes, les
aiming
personnes âgées, les hommes
to
et les
address all
groupes
involved,
vulnérables
particularly
dans le processus de
women
prise de décision,
and
de
the
mise en
elderly
œuvre et
and
de
the
suivi
most
concernant la
vulnerable
sécurité
groups and marginalized groups
Principe de
under the eyes
non-discrimination
of the decision
vise à
makers
éviter toute discrimination fondée sur la race,
in this
la langue,
scope
la
of
religion, le sexe,
food security
l'âge,
and
la
nutrition,
conviction politique, l'origine
intending
nationale
to
ou sexuelle,
eliminate all
et toute
discrimination
autre
based on
situation, en
gender,
particulier celle des groupes vulnérables, afin
race, or
d'assurer
any
l'égalité
other
dans la jouissance et
factor.
l'exercice du droit à une alimentation adéquate.
And thus,
Principe de
we can
l'égalité entre les hommes
assure
et les
food
femmes
security
vise à assurer le droit
under the principle of equality between men and women, aiming to the rights, equal rights of men and women, enjoying and nurturing health, and living in food security,
entre les femmes, les hommes et en prenant des mesures en vue d'accélérer l'égalité de facto lorsque cela est nécessaire. Principe d'autonomisation vise à permettre aux détenteurs de droits,
The
en particulier
principle
aux femmes
of
et aux personnes
autonomy
vulnérables et marginalisées, y
for
compris les femmes et les jeunes, de
women,
revendiquer leur droit à une
vulnerable
alimentation
people,
adéquate et de
and groups
jouer
that
un rôle
include
fondamental
women
à
and the
assurer leur propre
youth
sécurité
for
alimentaire et
access
nutritionnelle
for a
et
proper
renforcer la
nutrition,
capacité des autorités
ensuring
et les autres acteurs concernés à remplir leurs fonctions.
their own
La loi
healthy
type prévoit aussi
nutrition
que l'État
so
élabore
the
et mette en œuvre
stakeholders
des
can
politiques, des lois et des
do
programmes
what they are
visant à
supposed to
assurer
do. The
un
law
accès
establishes
équitable
that the
à une
state
gestion
should put in
responsable
place
des ressources naturelles
policies
telles que les ressources
that
humaines
ensure the
forestières, hydriques,
access to
agricoles,
these
forestières
resources,
et la
such as
biodiversité, notamment
forestry
la reconnaissance
resources
des droits fonciers formels et
and
informels, la
biodiversity,
sécurité d'occupation
among which the
et un accès
acknowledgement
équitable des
of
ressources sur
the
les femmes
earth,
et pour les femmes, les
occupation,
jeunes et les
and
groupes
equal
vulnérables. De
access
plus, il est requis que l'État crée
for
un
women,
environnement
youth,
propice
and
et
vulnerable
apporte son
groups.
soutien
It
aux
is also
coopératives et
necessary for the
organisations qui
state
contribuent à la sécurité alimentaire et
to
nutritionnelle, notamment à renforcer
contribute
le rôle des femmes et des jeunes
to
dans
safety,
En outre,
and that it
une
reinforces the
attention
role
particulière
of
est
women and the
accordée
youth
à
in the
l'état
structures.
nutritionnel des groupes vulnérables,
Another
notamment
point
les nourrissons, les enfants, les
is to
personnes âgées,
consider
les femmes
the
en âge de
state of the vulnerable
procréer
groups,
et les
especially
femmes
the
enceintes et allaitantes
newborns,
qui
the elderly,
sont exposées
women
à des
in
risques
fertile
élevés
ages, and breastfeeding
d'insécurité
women who are
alimentaire et de malnutrition.
exposed to
De même,
higher
la loi
risks regarding food restrictions. The law
prévoit que l'État
also
veille à ce que les femmes enceintes et allaitantes, les enfants et les personnes
revises
les personnes
that
âgées, les populations urbaines pauvres,
the
les personnes vivant avec le VIH,
people
le sida, les déplacés
and the
internes, les
vulnerable
réfugiés, les paysans
populations,
sans terre, les
people
éleveurs et autres
living
groupes
with
vulnérables sans moyens aient
HIV,
accès à une
the farmers that own no
L'État doit
land,
aussi
the displaced
promouvoir
have
l'allaitement
access
maternel et veiller
to
à ce que
healthy
les femmes
food.
travailleuses aient le droit d'allaiter
They
leur bébé
also need to
dans
promote
des espaces
breastfeeding,
publics
the
privés
right to
sans
help
discrimination,
their
notamment
children
en accordant
in
un congé
public and
maternel
private
adéquat
spaces
et en
without
exigeant que les lieux
discrimination,
de travail disposent d'installations
providing
Enfin, la loi type assigne
available
à
work
l'État
for
de mettre
women
en
when
œuvre
they
des
come back
politiques
to
et
work
programmes
after
holistique
having their children.
promouvoir la sécurité alimentaire
Also, holistic policies aiming to promote food safety and to guarantee proper nutrition for school children without discrimination. The directive, along with other populations, when it comes to the right environment for breastfeeding and distribution of nourishment and foods and meals in schools for the children and the parents.
les entreprises ruraux et les dirigeants communautaires afin de promouvoir des pratiques saines.
Agricultural company and the director of the companies to promote healthy practices in food policies. There's proof that shows that a school breakfast, as much as the education in school premises, allows to protect the availability of food and to remove all hostility. When all related aspects to gender differences and everything has to be contained in a legislation. The differences between the discussion in the about the rights of women and the protocols in the African Chamber of Rights over the rights of women. The law is aimed to harmonize the way the African state legislate in different areas related to equality between men and women. For example, the access to justice, the access and protection in front of the law, participation that's equal for both sexes, and reproductive health, women suffering from gender violence, and the promotion of opportunities that cover the social and economic areas. This law, this draft of a law, is going to be approved soon, and it should be in place for the African state in order to look for best practices in the commitment of the states. The commissions will conduct consultations with the parts about the participation of the civil society and their commitment for gender equality, and to ensure that the final product responds to the aspirations of the peoples. It is anticipated that after these processes, this framework law will be observed in December 2023, and once it's adopted, it will be complementary to the food safety law. I would like to close saying that Africa is capable of agreeing with food safety and nutritional safety for more resilience in the African continent, ensuring a balance between men and women. The African Parliament will make all the efforts needed in order to put this project in place so the project can be implemented in the African parliaments. The legal instruments of control allow African states to defeat hunger and inequality between men and women. That's why the African Parliament appreciates the support of the parliamentaries and FAO, who are supporting us in an efficient way to reduce food insecurity that affects men and women in Africa. Thank you very much.
Donc, vraiment, c'est pour vraiment encore une fois dire qu'au niveau du Parlement panafricain,
I would like to say one more time that at the level of the African Parliament, food safety is part of the activities of the Permanent Commission for Agriculture and Security. To tell you that the Pan-African Parliament acknowledges the importance of all the aforementioned subjects. Thank you.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Now it's the turn of Latifa Labi. She will join us virtually. She's a part of the Moroccan Parliament. She's the head of the Commission of Public Finance of the Representative Parliament Chamber, and she is part of the Parliament Assembly of French speakers, and she's a part of the Women of the Parliament. She will talk to us about the budget, gender responsive budgeting initiative. With the difference in time zones, I don't know if I'm supposed to say good morning or good afternoon, but I'm a part of the Marquis Parliament, and I'm also the head of the Control of Public Finances Department. It's an honor for me to be part of the second summit to come against hunger and malnutrition. The objective of my participation is to share the Marquis experience regarding gender-sensitive budgeting and tell you a bit about the reduction of inequality that women are facing and food crisis through a gender-sensitive.
Le premier point, c'est une présentation de l'approche budgétisation sensible au genre que
approach.
Durant ma présentation,
I will respect the time I was assigned, first presenting the budgets that are gender sensitive. And a second point would be the importance of the relationship between Belgium in the control of governmental actions. And I would also like to talk about the different actions of the Parliament when it comes to this subject. The BCG approach was developed in an evolutive way. In 1995, we started working with the BCG, and then this work was further attended in 2005 and 2015, the Ababa agenda, and it will be attended again in the Sustainable Development Agenda in 2025. They subscribe the gender equality in public policies. It was BCG was launched in 2002 to develop these policies, and equality between men and women became a constitutional principle, and then Morocco adopted the BSG and a framework of finance. The BSG is an approach of public policies that allows for budgets to be directed to inclusive programs and sustainable for women. BSG cannot create budgets. It creates budgets for programs thought of for women, and every department allocates a part of their budget to reduce the gender gap. There are 5 stages for the sectorial development. The evaluation of sector development and report on gender. This last aspect, the evaluation of their performance, is conducted by an organization created in 2013. And the evaluation of the project of sectorial development of the BSG establishes that it's mandatory for each project to go through this evaluation. I will move on to the next point. To talk about the axes contained by the BSG. There are 4 points, but I will just mention equal access to economical autonomization projects for women. In relation to our subject, I will talk about the approach.
Pour le programme de ce ministère concernant le développement des filles de production pour l'année 2022,
for the program of the ministry for year 2022 was marked by the Agricultural Council, and it didn't go over 2050, over 1050. For this program, only 4% of the people with formation, only 4% are trained in agriculture, including the gender, resisting the law of 2022 affected by the pandemic. And this department was called to make a greater effort on that area. The last point of my presentation is the different on the parliament. We have an important role when it comes to the implementation of the ODS2, starting by women. The budget sensitive to gender is very important, so it allows the parliament members to execute their governmental control role while they are yearly controlling the results of the data of application of these gender policies. The states that have not applied it can suggest, can conduct proposals, gender proposals, through the actions of the parliament. We have an invitation to work together in order to fight vulnerability, combat vulnerability in crisis. Thank you very much.
Bueno, muchas gracias por la presentación. Estábamos comentando aquí
Thank you so
en
much
función
for that
del tiempo,
presentation.
de lo atrasados
We
que
were
estamos. La
just
diputada
commenting
Veloso,
based
que venía a
on
continuación,
our
que está
delays
acá en
that
Chile y nos iba a comentar sobre la
Representative
ley para promover la equidad de
Veloso
género en el sector de la pesca y
from
la acuicultura.
Chile
Ha
was
accedido a
about
hacer
to
su
tell us
presentación
about
mañana en la mañana,
the
para poder
how to
terminar
promote gender equity
prontamente.
in the fisheries and
Así es que-
aquaculture sector. So she has agreed to give her presentation tomorrow
Así es que
morning
le vamos a dar la palabra
because of
para
the
finalizar
delay.
este
So
panel
we are
a la
going to
senadora
give
Blanca
her
Ovelare. Ella es senadora
give
desde
the
el año
floor to
2013,
Mrs.
actualmente es
Blanca
la presidenta de la
Ovelar.
Organización
She's
Parlamentaria
been
de
a
las
senator
Américas,
since
Parliamentarians, con sede en Canadá,
2013,
y ha sido
current
electa por unanimidad
president
por los 34
of
países que la componen.
the
Nos va a exponer
Parliamericas
justamente
and
sobre la
member of
acción de
Parliament of
Parliamentarians para promover la
Paraguay, and she
integración
will
de la
be
perspectiva de
presenting
género en
of
las
the
agendas de
Parliamericas
desarrollo
action to
sostenible.
promote gender mainstreaming in the Sustainable Development agendas.
Muchas gracias, apreciados colegas parlamentarios
Thank
del
you
mundo.
so much, dear Parliament
Estamos llegando al
members of the
final,
world.
es un día muy extenso, una
We are
jornada muy
reaching
larga.
the
Hemos
end.
dormido
It's
poco,
been quite
llegamos
the
ya a las
long
12 de la
day.
noche, a
We
los 2 de
have
la
not
noche.
rested much. We arrived
Lo
at
que acá más vamos a
11
aplaudir es que
last night
vine
to our hotel room. So
Pero antes,
we are going
muy
to,
brevemente,
of
quiero
course,
dirigirme a ustedes, no
have
sin
a big
antes
round of applause as
reconocer
soon as it
el
finishes, but
enorme
I
valor
would
que tiene
not
la
leave
atención que
without
ponen
acknowledging the great
y la
value of
solidaridad con la que escuchan a quienes
paying
hablan.
attention
Porque
and
vienen colegas
in
de
acting in
África,
solidarity with
de
the
Asia,
ones
de otras partes del
who are
mundo, de nuestro
speaking
continente,
by
y
listening.
se esmeraron en
Listening our
presentar su
colleagues from
realidad y
Africa and
ponerla aquí
other
sobre la
parts of the
mesa para que
world who
reflexionemos
have made
juntos.
the effort
Y esa atención que
of
brindan, a pesar del cansancio y de la prolongada
creating a
jornada, me parece que es un
presentation,
gesto de solidaridad
presenting.
que hay
So
que
I
reconocer
believe that it's
y
quite the
aplaudir de
gesture
parte de
of
ustedes.
solidarity, staying up
No es
till this
posible
hour, listening
impulsar
carefully. With that
realmente
round of applause, please.
cooperación
And
en el
I
mundo y
think
lucha contra
it is
problemas
not
tan relevantes como el hambre si no promovemos la
possible to
solidaridad
move against
intelectual y
hunger
moral en el
if we
mundo.
do not promote
Y eso es posible.
intellectual moral
Tenemos que creer que es
solidarity
posible.
around the world, and
Tenemos la
that's
obligación
possible.
de
We
ser
have to
optimistas
believe
y
it is.
creer que podemos.
We
Yo
are
quiero muy
forced
brevemente
to
decirles
believe
que
it's possible.
es la
So I would like
organización
to think, I would like to say what Parliamericas
creado en
is.
el
It's the
2001, que es
interparliamentary
la sede de la Secretaría Técnica en
entity
Canadá
created in
con apoyo del
2001
gobierno de
as
Canadá.
with an office
Y
in
esto se ha
Canada with
creado
the
para
support of the
promover
Canadian
la
government
diplomacia parlamentaria,
that was created to promote
la
parliamentary
relación
diplomacy
el diálogo cooperativo
and
y
the
el abordaje de temas de relevancia hemisférica.
cooperation and dialogue
Desde su
and
creación,
approaching
Parlamérica, a través de
matters
la
with the
Red
same
Parlamentaria para
atmosphere
la Igualdad de
and
Género,
through the
que se
parliamentary
estableció en el 2003,
network
ha
on
venido
gender
trabajando de
equality
manera
established in
sostenida para promover el liderazgo
2003.
político
It
de
has been working
el acceso a espacios de
firmly
poder,
to
porque eso
promote
es
the
clave
access
para
of
resolver los
women to
problemas del
spaces of
hambre,
power,
para
because
resolver los
that is
problemas
key
de
to solve
inequidades
the
que hay
issues
en el
of
mundo.
hunger, to solve
Y
the
quiero recordar
inequalities around the
aquí las
world.
palabras de
And I would
Nelson
like to
Mandela hace
remind
más de un
all of
cuarto
you
de
the
siglo,
words of Nelson
cuando le expresó
Mandela
al entonces director general de la UNESCO,
a
Federico
quarter of a
Mayor
century ago
Zaragoza, en
when he
español,
expressed
que
Federico
promovía
Mayor
la cultura de la
Zaragoza
paz.
from
Y le dice
UNESCO
Mandela a
that he was
Federico, la cultura de la paz no va a prosperar.
promoting the
El
culture of
hambre
peace,
no
and
va a
he said the culture
desaparecer,
of
la
peace will not
desigualdad no va a
thrive,
reducirse
hunger will
y la
not
violencia no va a
disappear,
ceder.
inequality will
Sí, por
not
lo menos en el
decrease, and
más breve tiempo,
violence
aunque sea el
not
20%
give
de
way,
las
will not
decisiones
stop,
en
even
el mundo
if
no sean tomadas por
20% of
mujeres.
decisions around the
Y así
world are
quedó.
not made by women. And
Todavía no llegamos al 20% de las decisiones.
that's how it is. We still have not reached that 20%
Queridos compañeros
decision
parlamentarios,
making.
es un tema
Now, when we are speaking of
escandaloso
hunger,
en el mundo
dear
actual,
parliamentarians,
donde hay un despliegue
it's a
extraordinario de
scandalous
ciencia y
thing in the
tecnología,
current
de
world where
nuevas
there
ciencias y de
is
ciencias
a
aplicadas,
deployment of
que abre
new
una
science
agenda
and
tan
technology,
esperanzadora para
applied
resolver los
sciences,
problemas del mundo,
with an extensive
problemas que no tenían
agenda, hopeful
solución.
agenda to solve all of the
Hoy
problems
nos
of the world,
sorprende
problems
la
that did not
ciencia y
have a
sus aplicaciones
solution.
reproductivas con sus
Today,
prodigios, y sin
not
embargo,
only are
millones
solved
de
by
personas se mueren de
science,
hambre.
solved by
Es un
science,
escándalo político
when millions
y
of people
ético
are
que
dying
tiene que
of
ser
hunger. It's a
abordado con la más
political and
clara
ethical
resolución. Hemos
scandal
avanzado.
that should
No
be
podemos
solved
irnos
with
de este
resolution.
evento sin
We
el
have advanced. We
optimismo de que
cannot
se puede
leave
cambiar la realidad.
this event without the
Desde la
optimism
cumbre de
that
España
this situation can
de octubre
change.
del, dos-
On
del,
the
del,
summit in
del
Spain in
2018,
October 2018.
como Frente Parlamentario para América Latina y el
So
Caribe que
far,
tenemos en
as
nuestro continente,
parliamentary
una cantidad enorme
front
de
in
avances
Latin
en
America and
leyes, en
Caribbean,
gestos
in our
agrarias
continent, we have
para
made
promover
huge progress
la
in
agricultura familiar campesina
past
que es base
laws to
para la
promote the
seguridad alimentaria, es
family
clave.
small
El
agriculture
acceso
that
a
is
los
the base
alimentos, las compras
for food
públicas, las
security,
leyes de
access
alimentación
to
escolar.
food, public
Tenemos una cantidad
procurement,
enorme
and
de
the laws of
instrumentos
school nutrition. We have
hemos
a
avanzado, pero
vast range of
necesitamos avanzar un poco más.
tools, instruments,
¿Cuál es la
but
misión
we
de un
still have
parlamentario? ¿Cuál es
much
la misión del
progress
poder legislativo? No
in our
solamente
future. What is the
producir nuevas
mission of the
leyes, sino
legislative
promover
branch and the
el control
parliaments? Not
político
only
de la
to
aplicación de las leyes.
make the
En nuestros
laws
países
and
existen
create
muchos
the
instrumentos
legislation, but
cuya
to
aplicación es
control
todavía precaria e
its
insuficiente. Por
power.
ejemplo, hay débil
There are many
institucionalidad,
countries where
hay
this is
corrupción,
still poor. There is
hay
poor
solapamiento de los
institutionality, there
programas,
is
hay
corruption,
ineficiencia en
there's
la
an overlap
conducción
and
de los
duplication of
programas y
programs,
necesitamos
there's a
poner
lack of
allí un
efficiency
sentido de
in the
urgencia,
stewardship of programs,
de
and we
mayor
need to
equidad,
set a
de actitud más
sense of
comprensiva y más comprometida con el
urgency
otro. Por
and
eso necesitamos promover el
equality
liderazgo de
and
las mujeres.
compassion
En
to one
Parlamentos hace
another. That's
mucho
why we need to promote
hablamos de la
women's
equidad de
leadership
género y hace mucho visualizamos a
in
través de
this
la red para la
institution in
equidad, la red que
Parliamentarians. We
promueve la
have been
igualdad entre
discussing
mujer
this
y
network
varón,
for
la
equality
búsqueda
that
de una
promotes
sociedad más
equality
justa,
between men and
de la
women, and
balanza del
this
poder y de la
search for a fairer
responsabilidad
society
se
where
equilibre un
that
poco más,
uh,
porque todavía tenemos en el
scale
mundo, en
between men
muchas
and
partes
women
del
is
mundo,
more
en nuestra
balanced, because
América,
there are many
en
parts
nuestra
around the
América,
world and in our continent,
la
America,
cultura en
where
general
there's
todavía
an
bastante
underlying
menoscabo y
culture
violencia contra
of
la mujer.
discrimination
Y esos son
and
elementos claves que
violence and
restan
abuse against
eficacia
women. Those are key
al valor de las
elements
políticas
that
que podemos promover, de las
are
leyes que promovemos en favor de la
abstracting
alimentación
the
equitativa,
value from the
de la
policies that we can
alimentación
implement
adecuada
for food safety and
justa
proper nutrition
para todos,
and
donde no quede nadie
fair
fuera.
for
Por
everyone
tanto,
when no one's left out.
creemos en nuestra organización, en
Therefore,
Panaméricas, que es clave
we
avanzar,
believe
por
in
eso
our
estamos
own
trabajando en la
organization in Pars
construcción de una
Americas
guía
to
práctica
move forward,
para
and that's we are
incorporar
moving forward
en los
in the
debates
creation of a
parlamentarios y en los
practical
instrumentos
guide
que generemos
to contribute in the debate and in the
estándares
tools that
básicos de
we draft
atención
for basic
a la equidad
standards
de
of
género, al
care
empoderamiento de la mujer
for
para
gender
luchar
equity and
por un mundo sin
women's
hambre,
empowerment
con
to
mayor
fight for a world with
acceso a
no
los
hunger
alimentos, con menos
and
discriminación,
a greater
con un mundo más
access to
compasivo,
food with
más solidario,
less
menos
discrimination, a more
violento.
compassionate
No puede haber
world, a world
ninguna
with
violencia
more
más atroz
solidarity, less
que no dar de
violence.
comer a un niño.
There cannot
Los
be a more
niños que ya tienen
awful
hambre en
violence
el
than
vientre
not
de la
feeding
madre,
children, the children that are
cuánto
already
dolor generan,
hungry
quiero decir, como
from the
maestra.
womb.
Yo fui
How
maestra
much
rural en mi
pain
país. Enseñé en el
is in this?
campo.
I was a rural
Y
teacher in
tuve
my
niños
country.
de
I
primer
was
grado que no
teaching
aprendieron a
on the
leer, pero
countryside,
qué
and
dolor,
I
no
had
aprenden a
children
leer
that did
porque
not
sus condiciones de
learn how to
educabilidad
read,
se
but they didn't
deterioraron
learn
para
because
siempre por
their
empezó a tener
school
hambre por el vientre de
conditions
la madre.
were impaired
Esa es una
forever
violencia
because they
judicial muy
started
dolorosa
feeling hungry
que socava
in their
las bases
mother's
de
womb. That is an
sustentación
unfair
de la
situation and a
democracia, de la
painful
república.
situation that
Así
undermines
es
the
que el tema que
democracy
nos
of the
convoca
republic.
es realmente un tema relevante
So the
que merece
thing
toda nuestra
gathering us today,
atención, nuestra
this
solidaridad
topic is
y
relevant, that
hacer
deserves our
valorar
entire
nuestros avances, pero ir un poco
attention
más
and
rápido. Y para eso proponemos
makes us value our progress, but
incluir en el
also leads
pacto
us
que
to move
mañana
faster.
vamos a
That's why I'm
firmar
proposing to include in the pact that
un
tomorrow
tópico
we're
que
signing
exprese que los
a topic
congresos,
that
las
expresses
asambleas nacionales
that
o los parlamentos, como se llaman,
assemblies, national assemblies,
deben ejercer
congresses,
con mayor
parliaments,
eficacia el
or
control político
else
hacia el
must
cumplimiento de
exercise
las
with greater
leyes,
efficacy the political
porque ese
control
control
towards the
político va a
compliance with
permitirnos
laws and regulations, because
que el
that political
cumplimiento sea más
control is
rápido. Existen las
what
leyes
will allow
y
us
muchas
to
cosas no
have
se cumplen.
faster compliance.
Los
There
presupuestos no
are
alcanzan
regulations,
para
but many things are
universalizar
not
los
complied
servicios.
with. The budgets are not
Debemos
enough
focalizar
to
con mayor
make
énfasis en
services
favor de las mujeres
universal, to
vulnerables,
focus
mujer
with greater
campesina,
emphasis on
porque sabemos que
vulnerable
nuestra
women on women from the countryside and peasants, and we know that over 30% of the homes are supported only by single women. No, dear colleagues, that 70% of the households in extreme poverty are
mujer sola carga
led
eso.
by
Y
women.
ahí eso
We
la hace más
have no
vulnerable.
men
Por eso
supporting
tenemos que
those
apuntar a un mundo
households,
con
and that
mayor
makes them
equidad,
even more
mayor justicia,
vulnerable. We
y para eso
need to
necesitamos
aim
empoderar a
to
las
a
mujeres.
world with greater
Una
equity.
mirada
For that, we need to
en favor
empower women.
de la
If
equidad, una mirada en favor de
a
mayor
view in
protagonismo de
favor
las
of
mujeres,
equality, in
de una mayor
favor of
participación, más allá de la
bigger role
retórica,
of women
sino en
with
forma
greater
efectiva
participation.
en las políticas
And it's more
públicas
than
en
just a
clave para
narrative, but
avanzar
it's
lentamente
about
tan
effective public
extraordinaria que están los
policies
ODS 5
to
y 2
move
y que
along
tenemos que
in this
lograr.
beautiful
Es un horizonte,
sustainable
una
development
utopía
goal.
movilizadora
Number
hacia
2,
donde
and
tenemos que
number
impulsar
5,
nuestras acciones, pero
this
para eso
mobilizing
necesitamos
dream
realmente
to which
poner
we need
en la
to
agenda
aim,
pública
but
con los
for
datos
that,
reales,
we need
con los
our
datos
agenda
concretos de esa realidad
with
que tienen que
facts,
interpelarnos,
with concrete facts from the
cotidianamente,
reality
y creemos
that
que
need to
promover
speak to you on a daily basis
parlamentos,
and
pasarnos las
promote
experiencias
solidarity among the parliament
para eso
members,
América ofrece
be based on
ese espacio
experience,
extraordinario de
and
diálogo
that
político para avanzar en este tema.
is what this space
Estamos
is
cansados, pero
offering
tenemos que
for us.
terminar el día con una esperanza.
We are
No se puede,
tired, but we
no
must
podemos
end
resignarnos
this
a decir
day
que
with
hasta el
hope.
2030
We cannot
van a haber
be
más de
defeated and
600
think that by
millones de personas
2030
que
we'll
no
have
comen
over
lo
600
suficiente.
million people who are
1000
not
días
eating,
son
not
suficientes
eating
para
enough.
deteriorar para
1,000
siempre
days are
las
enough
condiciones de
to
educabilidad del
hinder
niño. Las
the
carencias de los
schooling
primeros 1000 días, donde
conditions of a
se
child
estructura la
forever.
arquitectura
That
neurológica que
deficiency in
soportará
those
su
first
sistema
1,000
nervioso
days, where
central,
the
que va a determinar quién
neurological
es, cómo
structure is
aprende, qué capacidad de
damaged,
trabajo
and
tiene,
that will
cómo
determine
avanzan las
how they
cosas,
learn,
qué
what is
capacidad
their
tiene para seguir
capacity to
adelante, para ser
work,
feliz. Esos los
to
1000
study
primeros
in
días ya
school,
se
to
estropean para
want to be
siempre si
happy,
el
to
niño tiene
live their
hambre.
lives
¿Cómo no
in
nos vamos a
those
apurar?
first
Los
1,000
1000 días
days are
pasan
ruined
volando.
forever
Niños que
if
nacen
they
hoy
are
en
hungry.
extrema
How
pobreza,
are we going to
dentro de
solve
1000
that?
días
Children are born in
van hasta
households
ya
with extreme poverty,
definitivamente
and in
condenados
1,000
a
days,
ser
their lives are
personas que
set, are
viven
doomed to be people
miserablemente,
living
no
in
tienen capacidad de
miserable
disfrutar de los
conditions.
bienes de la cultura, no tienen
They do
capacidad de
not have the
aprender, no
chance
tienen
to
capacidad
enjoy the
de
benefits of
conducir,
culture.
de
They
tener un
cannot
proyecto de vida
learn,
digna.
they cannot
Ese es el
drive
desafío,
or have
un
a
proyecto de
worthy
vida digna, y
project for
necesitamos
a
incluir
life.
para eso
That
definitivamente con
is
fuerza a
that
las
is the
mujeres.
worth of life,
Muchas
to have a
gracias.
project, and that is why we need to empower women. Thank you so much.
Sí, agradecemos a la senadora Velar y de mi parte solamente darles las gracias
We
por
thank
haberme
you,
permitido ser
Senator
parte de
Ovelar,
sus
and
debates y
personally,
fortalecer
I wanted to thank you for allowing me to be part of the debate, to strengthen, and thanks for the commitment of our ministry and our government to support you in the agreements that rise from the pact tomorrow. With that, we finish the first day. A little announcement. Tomorrow we'll be talking about the adoption of the Global Parliamentary Pact, and we also remind you that if you have any comments in regards to this pact, you should write to the email on screen up to 9 a.m. tomorrow. And now we invite you to the official reception in Vergara Palace, and tomorrow we meet again at the hemicycle. You will be enjoying tonight a very beautiful show, and get some rest at night. Bye.